Test. 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 Okay, we're going to try again. If at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. What would you do to get to me? What would you say to have your way? Would you give up or try again? If I hesitate to let you in, or would you be yourself or play a role? Tell other boys or keep it low. If I say no, will you turn away? I don't know the rest, so I'm gonna stop here. If at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. All right, let's thumbs up everybody for my struggle. And let me give you evacuation orders again. If we glitch again, then I'll try again. I'll try again. I'll try again. Let me turn this air off. Oh. Let's kick over my entire situation. Alright, here goes nothing. What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. And barring more drama, picture of sound, I hear it. I hear me jingling, so that's their sound. You know, I'm in a state of depression. There, I said it. I'm in a state of depression over all of this. This mass murder of Palestinians in Gaza. And the tone that I'm hearing from the demons who are masquerading as Jews. If you never heard the Jedi speak, know this. I've made it a big part of my work over the years to discern for my audience the difference between Zionists and Jews. We have to preface our conversation with that so that you understand who we're talking about. And I'm surprised, I hate to use that word, but I'm surprised, I'm taken, I'm struck by the number of people that I speak to in everyday life who have never heard this. They never knew there was such thing as Zionism. Never knew it. And in fact, there was a white lady day before yesterday. One of these people just inserts herself in your conversation, gets in your business. And this just happened to be a day that I didn't feel like swinging. I was being nice. But when I said that to her, when she was like, in the war that's going on, I was like, it's not a war. It's an aggression. It's an attack. It is a Holocaust. It is a genocide. It's crimes against humanity, which is a term I hate because it suggests that someone else other than Allah owns humanity. It's like if you own a house, well, that's a crime against my house. We don't need a law for crimes against humanity. Humanity is, and it belongs to Allah. So I don't like even this term, crimes against humanity. What does that mean? What does it mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? But as I said to her, and I will say to you, and anyone who's never heard me, Zionists are not Jews. They can scream and rant all they want. They are not Jews. And Jews, Orthodox Jews, who follow Orthodoxy, will tell you exactly what the Jedi is telling you. Exactly what I'm telling you. That you have to go back. There's a history of Zionism that I don't want to get into the long history of that now. I want to give you the basics so that you understand fully, because if you just with the basics you'll understand, even if you don't know the history. So Zionism is to Judaism what ISIS is to Islam, if ISIS even exists, because you have many CIA operatives and government ops, secret Israeli Mossad and things like that, who perpetrate crimes upon the earth to install chaos in countries. We see this in Africa a great deal. I've been covering the issue that's going on in Niger and Burkina Faso, Mali, Gabon, Guinea, and they give you the premise in the case of Africa to help you understand the installation of chaos, that they give them this: we'll help you fight terrorism, we'll help you fight what's supposed to be, I think ISIS is supposed to be in Africa. I don't even know, Hezbollah or something. I don't know which one is supposed to be in Africa. Well, there is no terrorism in Africa. Because if you're someplace terrorizing something, that means you're there to get something. There's a gain. There's a net gain for you. Ooh, they have to be your enemy. Africa has no enemies. That's first. Africa has no enemies at all, other than the ones that these white devils imagine and materialize for them. Recently in Niger, you had France finally pulling out because our brothers are standing strong. And the French turd I couldn't figure out what it was that I hated most about I hate everything about him, but I couldn't figure out what it was that made me so infuriated when looking at him. Turns out it's the sideburns. These thick lamb chop sideburns that he's wearing. Pork chop. Sideburns. I thought that's what stands out, because nobody else is wearing those sideburns. Nobody's doing that. Nobody. Anyway, he made the statement in whining that they had to leave Niger, that they don't want to fight terrorism anymore. But our African brothers are beginning to understand that when you come here to fight terrorism, that's when terrorism numbers go up. So they have secret ops, people that are organized groups, secret groups, who they organize to install chaos. And they go around bombing and killing and doing all these terrible things. You just think there's just people out there that are just doing stuff. Humanity is not like that. This is not what Allah installs in our fitrah, you must understand. So that's one. So you have the same thing with with this fake place called Israel. They are ISIS. As I said, if ISIS even exists, because I suggest to you that ISIS is like many of these other so-called terror groups. They're just CIA operatives, because nobody can ever identify who they are. And every once again, they give you, we captured a Hamas fighter, we captured an ISIS fighter, we captured someone from Hezbollah, we captured a Taliban member, and they give you some Arabic name that's long that you've never heard and can't understand, and that they can barely pronounce. And this is the order of the day. So this is what Zionists are. They are white supremacists. Yes, they are white. You remember Whoopi Goldberg had to apologize because she was actually making she was saying something positive about Jews, because she's ignorant and she doesn't know that the people she's feeling sorry for are Zionists. And so that when Kanye West or anybody else on the earth says that the Jews run Hollywood, the Jews run the banks, the Jews run this and the third, they run the entertainment industry and all that, this is absolutely true. But those are Zionists, not Jews. As I've said to you many times before, this is my foundation, everybody, because you have to know this for the language that we speak going forward. So she was trying to give them a compliment, but she was speaking of Zionists and she doesn't even know it. Zionists are like Muslims. You never see Muslims anywhere on TV speaking for anything. We're not running anything. We're not the heads of anything that you know about. Yes, Muslims are excel over everybody else in business, in income, in marriage, in children per capita, everything you want to name. Muslims excel. But where we excel is not in things that are secular. So we wouldn't be running the entertainment industry. And if Muslims ran the entertainment industry, it'd be vastly different than anything you've ever known in your life. It wouldn't be what you know it to be. The record industry wouldn't be what it is, television, all these things. We don't run that. We don't run the banks but Muslims do have banks around the world. But our banks are interest-free. We don't charge fees. There's none of that, because usury is something that is against God. God has said no usury. That's it. So we're not allowed to charge tax or interest on anything. We're not allowed to receive tax or interest. Do you understand? My bank account here in America, I receive no interest and I pay no fees. You understand? So this is the way of the Muslim, but this is also the way of the Orthodox Jew. You've heard me say over the years that the Orthodox Jew and the Muslim call each other cousins, because our faiths are so close. We diverge from them when they don't believe in the son of Mary, Isa alayhi salam, because it is there are five pillars of Islam, and there are 6 articles of faith. And one of those 6 articles is the belief in all the prophets. You must believe in all the prophets, or you're not a Muslim. So, but they don't believe that Jesus Christ was real. Depending on which one you talk to, they don't believe he was real. But all of them believe even if he was real and did exist, he was not the Messiah. That they are waiting for a Messiah. And I've never in my years have gotten an answer of what Messiah are they waiting on and where is he named at. Not understanding. But that is where our major divergence from the Orthodox Jews. They do not believe in Jesus. They believe that they believe that a Messiah is coming that has not come yet. That Jesus either didn't exist, or either he did exist but he wasn't the Messiah. But that's the Orthodox Jew. They're very holy people, very kind. They're like the Muslim. We have no conflict. We pray in their synagogues. They pray in our mosques. You understand? And if you knew them, if you really knew real Jews, you'd be like, damn, these are really some outstanding people. Wow. Wow. But Zionists are not that. And then what you also have is not just the Zionists who would be the self-proclaimed Jews from Poland, Germany, just Europe. Those are white people. If you see them anywhere, they're white. And many of them slip up all the time and say, you know, as me as a white person and as a Jew, yeah, you white. You feel me? You white. You feel me? Don't act like you some other unknown race that we've not discovered and it's just unknown to all of humanity and we still understand. No, white. And in the state of Israel, you have whites who are recruited there. I just saw there's a viral video going around of a white bitch who is clearly from America. I think I have her in one of the videos I'm going to present to you tonight. But she's clearly a white bitch, and there she is coming out of her house. You can hear the bombings in the distance, and she's praising the bombing. Oh, every bomb I hear Hamas being blown to smithereens. Every bomb I hear Hamas being blown to smithereens. Really, bitch? Because that is innocent women and children and men. Innocent human beings. So we pray for her death immediately, or as my brothers in Africa say, with the immediate effect. And she was saying she needs to go someplace, she's going to be leaving to go someplace else so she doesn't have to hear any of the bombing. You understand? There's no innocent people in Israel, everybody, because this has been going on for too many generations and decades, some 75 years. And so anyone who would live and reside in Israel would know that the Palestinians are over the wall in an open-air prison, a concentration camp, being oppressed and suppressed. They know it. So no one in this place is innocent. Maybe newborn babies literally in the ICU or NICU right now as I speak. They're innocent for now. For now. Until they become of age and understand the environment in which they live, then they become guilty. There are no innocent entities in this illegal place called Israel. And it is illegal, not only according to international law, but it's also illegal according to Jewish law. It is the law of Judaism that the Jews are not to have a state. Any Orthodox Jew will tell you this. Do this over the weekend. Do it next week. Do what I did years ago. I just literally opened up my phone and said, synagogues near me, because I was over it. Became friends with a rabbi now named Ralph Resnick, who I still communicate with. I even, here on the channel, I recorded some of our phone conversations. You can hear them. I recorded them. They're here on the channel. You can hear it. But they will tell you exactly what I'm telling you. Even if there's a place, an area of land that nobody wants, and they say you can have that over there, they're not allowed according to Judaic law of Torah. And certainly a flag is out. And they denounce the state of Israel. They call it illegal on the terms I'm telling you, both under international law and under Judaic law. It's illegal. It's a piece of shit. It shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be there. And it does not, most of all, it does not represent Judaism. So we are not talking about Jews here. Let's be very clear. And the American public has been lulled into this lullaby since you came to earth that Jews are sacred and Israel is holy and it's sacred. Well, there are holy sites there that are historically sacred to the world Muslim community, and that are sacred to the Christian community for religious reasons, not for geography, not for politics, none of that. The Dome of the Rock has sacred value for the Christian, the Muslim, and the Jew. It is holy. But what has been established around it is exactly the work of the devil. This entire state and all those who support it, your mass media here in America, they all speak with the same low tone, but you do denounce Hamas, though, and Israel does have the right to protect itself. If I hear that one more time, I'm going to be on a fucking ventilator. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Because when they're asked, well, do Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? It's crickets. Took my Muslim brother, Muhammad Hijab, rahimahullah, I don't know how long in the interview, trying to get, or just not just him, but anybody that they have up on any of these shows who is willing to push back and say, well, is Palestine, are they people? Do they have rights? Can they defend themselves? Do you acknowledge they've been occupied for 75 years? And it's like pulling teeth. You can't get it out of them. These are devilish people, everybody. They are the devil. They are the devil. That is backed up not only by my life experience and knowing who white people are, but it's also backed up by the divine. From Islamic teaching, Allah says to us, devils walk among you. Literally, walk among you. So these people are the devil. And certainly this class that we're talking about now, these Zionists, these so-called fake-ass wannabe Jews. Even the Christian scripture speaks of these people. Revelations 2:9, and I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not. They are a synagogue of Satan. And I would suggest to you that it probably didn't say Jews. It probably says Israelites, because this Jew is a construct, in Torah, in the Injil that you don't have anymore. You have this thing called the Bible, which is worthless because it's in English. Anything in English that is supposed to be of divine revelation is worthless because you cannot translate much of divine language into English. But more than that, Christians center the Bible around Jesus, which is also a wrong name. Hard for me to even say these words because they're the wrong shit. But they center it around Isa alayhi salam. And he didn't bring a book. So where do you get this Bible? He was endowed with what is known as the Injil. It was never written. That's not written down. It's not a book. That's why he said, I came to confirm everything that was before me and not to change a single striking on the letter. He didn't bring anything new. There is no New Testament, Christians. Newsflash. No New Testament, because immediately make Christ into a liar. Don't want to get into that tonight. But I want to bring it around. Now, so in the Christian scripture, these people are described as the synagogue of Satan. And you're looking at them. They are the devil. They even sound like the devil. They don't have any concern for human life. They're not holy. They're not God-fearing. They don't fear Allah and the last day. And they exist to exact evil upon the earth. Because think about it. You have a people who had a Holocaust. Let's not call it the, because there's been many other atrocities upon humanity since their Holocaust. And I hear them saying now even, this is the worst attack since 9/11. The worst attack upon Jews since the Holocaust. No, bitch. It's not. It's not. Because allegedly, if this thing happened, it was 3.5 to 4 years. So that's our time frame. That's it. That's undisputable. 3.5 to 4 years. We actually have a time frame. We don't know when slavery ended because it hasn't ended. So we don't know when it will end. And they claim 6 million victims. But 700,000 Palestinians were murdered and displaced in just 1948 alone. Over 3,000 have been killed and murdered and genocided in this current attack upon Gaza. So let's understand the numbers. They want to seem like they're the most suffering people, and they are not. They are not. They have a paper cut compared to what they've exacted upon much of the rest of humanity. I don't even want to get into how many millions of our people were killed in the Congo. Just the Congo in Africa. Just the Congo. That number supersedes any shit they're going to present as evidence. Do you understand? So let us tamp down the sympathy for these damn people. You understand? And it just seems like no matter how many decades we get out, my parents were Holocaust survivors. Really? Because how many years ago was that, bitch? And that was 3.5 to 4 years. So we're not understanding why you're still whining when we're always told to shut up when our Holocaust is still going on. You want us to shut up about our ongoing. Yours is ancient history, and unless somebody tells somebody about it, there's no evidence of it. Nobody sees it. It happened. It didn't even happen here. You've been paid reparations 50 times over for it. Not understanding why you're still bitching about it. Just not understanding. you see, but nothing for us. Nothing. And in this case, now nothing for the Palestinians. This is genocide. This is murder, everybody. I want to start with this fat bitch because she pisses me off the most. But she represents the tone of all of them. And before I go on, I want to say this. I proclaim to you that there's been no attack on Israel. No attack. In fact, Piers Morgan had a comedian up there, a Palestinian comedian, up on his show the other night. And he held up a piece of paper showing different years. And he had the, it was like a graph. So it was like the pink represents the numbers of Palestinians and how many on this side are the Jewish deaths. And of course, the fucking Palestinian side was just full pink and everything. There was like 1 or 2 dots that was for the fucking Zionists. You understand? And we must call them Zionists. We're not talking about Jews. We're talking about Zionists. That's who the fuck we're talking about. Even fat ass Meghan McCain, is she dead yet? Get me word on that. But there was fat ass Meghan McCain sat up there on The View one day and she said, I'm a Zionist. I support Zionism. I'm a Zionist. I didn't say it wide enough, but you get the point. And I'm not fat enough to really get her full oeuvre, but you understand. So she is a Zionist, and so is Joe Biden and all the crew, and so is all of your media and your congressional and senates and local, state, federal. They're all in bed with Zionists. When you run for president, you certainly have to go to AIPAC to make a speech. You have to go there and kiss the ass of Zion. I'm trying to think of a fucking name for this goddamn godforsaken place. Zion land. There, I have it. And the one presidential candidate that never went was who? I'll leave that as a cliffhanger for you. For now. But there was one presidential candidate that didn't go to fucking AIPAC to make a goddamn speech, bitch. Said, I don't need to. I don't need to. I don't need to. So that's why they have this unconditional support for Israel, which puts all of you in danger and anyone that lives in this asshole of the devil. Because you now have made the population guilty by association. And if there were real terror groups, then they would have every right to exact any devastation they could conjure upon any and all of this fucking country in the name of Palestine. You see? So it's important that people are out in the streets protesting and saying, not right here, fuck Israel, we were with the Palestinians, we just are. You understand? Because most people, well, many people are waking up, have woken up, and are understanding that Israel is exactly not the fucking place that you've been told it is, that and its place of a moral authority, and it's being due for sympathy and support and seen as some glorious, like these are holy people. They're not. They're not. They're not. Damn it, they're not. So I proclaim to you that they were not attacked on 7th October because I've shown in just my work thus far, the pieces I've done on it so far, I've shown you that we have no burned out buildings. We have no buildings in rubble. We have no Israeli bitches running through the street with their babies in their hand bloody saying, oh my God, why on earth is this happening? And curse the Palestinians who did this. I can't go on. We have no video of that. All we have is burnt out cars in various areas and wrecked cars. And interesting that many of the burnt out cars that are next to buildings, there's no charring on the building or smoke damage like the car burned there. So I don't have any evidence that there was an attack by Hamas on this godforsaken place. I wish there had been, because they're deserving of it. They've been deserving of it for the last 75 years. They should have been bombed every fucking day. How are you going to come into my house and just come in and terrorize me and murder me as you're coming in and kick me out as you're coming in, and then claim that I need to work with you over a solution for peace, you need to get the fuck out my house. That's how you get peace. And that's what you also hear from the Zionist media. So how do we establish peace with all of this? As if it's just a elusive answer that would require at least several laureates and scientists and scholars of the highest eminence to even discern even the beginning of a solution, and we just don't know. No, get the fuck out. There, we solved it. We solved it. That's it. Peace, done. We did it. We just solved it. We don't need peace accords and two-state solutions. We won't need that. I need you to get the fuck out my house, and then there's peace. That's it. So anything that Hamas can imagine, they are justified. Do you understand? Because remember, Bush stood on the pile after the American military and secret ops blew up the Twin Towers and Building 7 and the Pentagon on 9/11. He stood on the pile and said, and the people who knocked these buildings down will hear from all of us soon. Not peace accord, not how do we understand each other and we need to work together for a two-state solution and we just... No. And they went in bombing and killing. And they went into a country that had nothing to do with their lie. They claimed it was Osama. But he's in Afghanistan. Oh, damn it. Turns out he's an FBI operative. Oh, those details. Quick. All right. Quick, get Saddam Hussein. I'm sure he's done something. Let's go there. So, they are Hamas. But they're not even Hamas, because Hamas is righteous. Hamas is created because of these Zionist stinking slugs of humanity. You're not here occupying our shit. No Hamas, no PLO. We're all good. We're chilling. Chilling. We are chilling. And don't ever buy into that it's a religious difference, because it's, first of all, they're not religious. But even if they had been, it wouldn't be that with any Muslim, because Muslims don't argue. You understand? When it comes to belief, faith, and divinity and theology, we don't argue. It's Christians who are immediately get an attitude, get tight. You can't have a conversation with these people. They're a complete disaster, and they don't know a fucking thing about their own faith or anybody else's. That's 100% true to every Christian you would communicate with. But more than that, it is Islamic law that if you have Christians among you, you are to let them have their churches and worship and let them be free to serve in the way that they understand. So there's no conflict with the Muslim. So if there had been a religious issue, that wouldn't happen. But what should have happened is if they just thought they needed a state because they were being so persecuted, which people are chilling in Poland and Germany and every place else right now. Nobody's being attacked. Hitler's dead. So is the Nazi army. The Nazi army. So you really could just take your bitch ass back to where the fuck you came from. So not really understanding why you're not just making the return trip. Just not understanding. You see. Then you could have gone in and said, we'd like to come here. Wallahi, the Palestinians would have given them land and taken care of them, befriended them, and shown them love and honor, all that. I swear by Allah, that's the truth. I swear it. But it is the way of the white demon to never be agreeable, to never get along, to never be humane. Everything that they articulate on earth is savagery and violence. You should never take your cues to denounce violence from anybody white, because they are inherently violent. They're born violent. All violence articulated on the earth is precipitated from them. That's 100% true. I saw a sister making a point the other day that it was the Chinese who had gunpowder or guns first. I war with that because I think it was probably Africans, but not going to get into that right now. But she was making the case that, you know, China had guns forever. But they didn't go and try and conquer anybody. They didn't mess with nobody at all. Just nobody. As soon as the white devil got a hold of a gun, which they still cling to this day, that's their first thing. Gun. Go for the gun. That's the only time they're tough is with violence. They don't have the patience or the intellect to exercise diplomacy in any situation at all. When you don't let them speak, you don't give them any energy. They're just a very impatient people. And more than that, they don't like when they don't get their way on anything. So when they don't, they resort to violence while telling you violence is not the answer when it's exactly the answer. It broke my heart when they bombed the hospital in Gaza. It's the largest hospital in Gaza. They bombed it. But what broke my heart, more than that even, was when I'm watching the footage and I hear my brothers saying, Ya Allah, Ya Allah, Ya Allah, Ya Allah. There's nothing else they could even utter. It's so devastating. It's so devastating. And yet we have endless reels of footage of Palestinians being brought in on gurneys, bleeding, limbs missing, people covered up, sections of dead people across Gaza. I've not seen any destruction in fucking Israel yet. Where is it? And I'll say again in this stream, as I've said in others, if you, listening to me now, have some evidence otherwise, evidence, don't tell me shit. Send me a link, direct me to an article, a picture, something I can see with these beautiful big brown eyes that I have, that I can go, oh, I see that. Okay. And it must be vetted so that this is, I'm not seeing something that's being substituted, that's really being showing something in Gaza, and we're being told that this is Israel. That won't work. Not falling for it. Don't need it. Not going for it. Not going for it. Where is the Israeli destruction? Where? And we've heard of no Israelis leaving Israel. I haven't. Again, if you know, I'm not the all-knowing oracle. If you have something else or know something else, my streams are always interactive. I'm not the know-it-all, be-all-it guy. You share with me. I share with you. You understand? We share, we learn. So I want to bring in this fat bitch. I don't want to, but I need to. And let's get her in here, because she is indicative of white evil, but in this hour, particularly, as Tavis Smiley would say and make me vomit, but particularly, she's indicative of these so-called, these Zionist people. They're not so-called, they are Zionists. Again, we are not talking about Jews, because there's nothing to talk about other than wonderful things when you talk about Jews. We're talking about the devil right here. We're talking about Zionist fucking people. White, demon, racist, white supremacist ass Zionists. That's all the fuck they are. Don't be fooled when they come out with the little yarmulkes on, and they're like this fat bitch. You're gonna see her. She every time she says Hamas, she's like, this is Hamas, 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 Hamas. Hit her again. Hamas. Hit her again. Do you understand? All right. I literally. You won't care about this, but I will share it because it's important to me. But you know, when I save stuff that I need to show you, I only realize that in my place where I save them, I can change the name to anything I want. So I don't have to be looking for, is that the one? Is that the one? Like, I know I titled this one Fat Bitch, so I just look for Fat Bitch and click on it. Wait now. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Where's the white bitch? Oh, white bitch. There she is. And I have more than one on her, actually. Let's see, where's the other fat bitch? White demon, that's okay. Well, yeah, we're gonna do the fat bitch first. I almost got distracted and did something else first. We're gonna do her first. Again, she's indicative of the arrogance, the dismissal, the selfish, self-centered, self-entitled, like they believe their own vomit. They really think they're some elevated, special ass fucking people, and they are exactly not. They are the devil. Do you understand? Nothing less. Aqulu kaulan sadida. We must tell the truth about what things are, everybody. We have to say it. Fat bitch. There she is. There she is. Fat white bitch. Okay, so I got fat white bitch and I've got white bitch. So these are both her. Which one do I want first? Alright, I'll just click on this one because my cursor's on. Okay, this is a good one.
When you have these woke revolutions...
Wait, we have to let this fucking ad get to where I can skip the bitch. And we pray our stream holds up, everybody. Make prayers. Because I need to keep it on this and on my clip.
One of the most chilling interviews I've ever seen.
What's the view on the humanitarian?
Wait now.
Ever seen.
Bring you in. 9. 1. Bring you in. And then go back to 9 because it jumps for some reason when I bring you guys in. I'm not understanding that. That is just too.
Where's the human?
Wait, this is the fat bitch.
Ever seen.
Okay, perfect. Right there. Okay, I'm not in the way. Let me turn this up so I can make sure that you're going to hear the auto when I play the fat whore. She is the Canadian, the Israeli ambassador to Canada or some shit. Something like this. Listen to the fat bitch go.
What's the view on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza this morning?
There is no humanitarian crisis because
There isn't.
There is no. Israel is in charge of the safety of the Israelis. Hamas is in charge of the safety of the Palestinians.
There is no humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And Hamas is...
Oh, okay, I'm going to go back down because when I enlarge it, then I'm in the way. I want you to fully see this fat bitch. We'll hear that again. That's the channel host, Novara Media.
Views I've ever seen.
Okay, fat bitch again.
What's the view on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza this morning?
There is no humanitarian crisis.
Well, there is no humanitarian... Watch your eyes, too. Body language. Well, there is no humanitarian crisis. Like, that means nothing. You see?
Because
There isn't.
there is no.
There is not. There is not. There's no humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I'll let her tell it, fat bitch. Go on.
Israel is in charge of the safety of the Israelis. Hamas.
The safety of the Israelis. And then this now she says Hamas. Like she's suddenly, you know, like she speaks some other language or she's trying to be exotic and shit. Fuck her.
Hamas is in charge of the safety of the Palestinians.
There is no humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Wait now. Just want her clips. I think that's why I had the second one. Because it's just her speaking, but we'll still see both of them. You can see this now.
And it actually gets worse.
We've been showing pictures this morning that would illustrate that there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
We've been showing pictures this morning
Can I
that
ask
would
you something?
suggest that there
Yeah.
is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza, said the interviewer, doing her job splendidly there, not American media.
We've been showing pictures this morning that would illustrate that there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah?
Are you a mother?
Yes.
What would you think if your children would have been executed in front of your eyes? Would you expect your government to think about those Nazis committing those crimes and to say, wait a second, first of all, we need to protect the enemy, and then to protect my children? Your children come as priority to your prime minister.
Does the Israeli...
Wait now. Again, because remember, another attribute of this white devil, whether they're Zionists or not, is they speak with a forked tongue, but they are also the definition of hypocrisy. The definition of hypocrite. Do you understand? The definition, everybody. These are not words. The definition. You understand? So, all that's fine, but how all your life, all my life, we've seen untold footage over our lifetimes. You and me, I speak for all of us gathered here who are alive now. All we've seen is dead Palestinians and people carrying coffins through the streets, and we've seen these images our whole life. They allege this attack that I am proclaiming didn't happen until I see some evidence of it. But for the sake of conversation, their alleged attack, and if you saw your babies, like as if now we don't have any choice, so any our barbarism that we imagine, we get to do that. I'm with you. But don't tell me not to level fucking precincts in this bitch when one of my brothers and sisters is choked out by the police or shot down by their bitch ass. I'm with you. You understand? Keep the same energy. So you've been occupying Palestinian land for 75 years. They can come and attack your shit and go house to house and take your babies and do all the shit you did in 1948, bitch. You went door to door, taking people out of their house, killing them. The ones you didn't kill, you told them to get out. And they could only take what they could hold in their arms and leave. Others you gave 24 hours. That's it. This is real. And now these same people, after they allege an attack that hasn't killed as many people and children and innocent people as they've killed over the decades, now the whole world is supposed to stop. And they're supposed to have all this sympathy because you're immediately saying that fuck their death and dying. We have death and dying now. And that's what's important. But wait, there was an attack on Gaza yesterday. Oh, no. It's about us right now. We got a paper cut. Us. No, but there's dead bodies laying over there. No, it's us. It about us. That's what the fat bitch is representing. And any of their mouthpieces that are on media speaking. I'll just take it back a skosh and we'll go on to hear this lying fat whore.
Children would have been executed in front of your eyes. Would you?
And then she's feigning the tremor in her voice. Your children. Oh, it's all about the children. It's all about the children. The children.
It gets worse.
We've been showing pictures this morning that would illustrate that there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Are you a mother?
So she changed the subject. The reporter asked her twice, alluded to this humanitarian crisis twice. The first time she said there is no humanitarian crisis, so fuck you, I'm over it. And I'm a fat bitch, so whatever I say goes, even though I stank like a fucking sewer under this dress. Don't want to get into that. But then she comes back around and says, well, we've been showing pictures all morning that would suggest there is humanitarian crisis in Gaza. So instead of her, now she's, because of her flat out, because when they speak, they represent Israel, so they're holy and sacred, second only to the baby Jesus. And so when they speak, it is like the tablets that Moses brought down, and you're not allowed to contest that. So how dare she come back with a follow-up and say, but we've been showing pictures that would suggest something else. So the fat bitch has no answer for that because it is a humanitarian crisis. And so therefore, can I ask you a question? Now she wants to get sympathetic, and let's go to the sympathy side of it so you don't focus on our murdering, demonic savagery, extermination that we're doing upon the Palestinian people. Hear the fat whore.
Yes.
What would you think if your children would have been executed in front of your eyes? Would you expect your government to think about...
What would you say to a Palestinian mother or any Palestinian who's definitely seen all kinds of their family members, neighbors, friends be executed right in front of them? What would you say to them, fat bitch? Were you going to change the subject again, or you have an answer for that? Oh, you don't? Okay. I smell something funky.
Those Nazis committing those crimes, and to say, wait
Nazis.
a second, first of all, we need to protect the enemy, and then to protect my children. your children come as priority to your prime minister.
To your prime minister.
Does the Israeli ambassador
And notice language, everybody. She's using the word Nazi. You see? Because nobody's persecuting these fucking people. And these Zionists are due for persecution. Just based on the shit they're doing to the Palestinians before we even get to their other crimes on the earth. But alas, no one is persecuting them. But they want to carry this tune like they're still some victim and they're being persecuted and we just cannot go on. And our safety, that one really sends me. It just sends me. It sends me. It sends me. Let's hear more of the fat bitch. We're trying to get through this so we get to the next one.
interview?
Never in the past we had such a clear-cut war.
Never in the past have we had such a clear-cut war. Why wasn't it clear-cut? Before, which, that's a lie, but we'll go with the fat whore's language. Why wasn't it clear-cut in the past? Because only you were attacking them, as you always do anyways. It wasn't clear-cut, and all they have is rocks and sticks, so why is this one so clear, fat whore? You see. But she said, never have we had so clear of a war. Go on.
Of good versus evil.
Of good versus evil. And who's evil? Oh, I can't.
Of people that are slaughtering babies versus people that are protecting their children in a shelter. Everyone saw the Israeli parent.
See this demonic grin she has? You'll notice it also in the other clip I'm going to show you of this fat whore. But note, I want you to notice everything about her, everybody. I'm presenting this. I want you to notice everything. Because that's how I watch anything. Is all of it. All language. Body language. Who is the person giving the language? What words are they choosing? She's a fat bitch. Where's she from? Who is she? Why is she speaking? What's her... All of it. We need that. All of it.
It's protecting the children into shelters, and everyone saw the horrific footages of those beheaded babies. This horror...
That lie has been dispelled, and I need to say this now. Because I don't know if I said it in our other stream. But since she mentioned it, I need to say this so I know I've said it. There was the diaper standing at the podium with Blinken and the cackler. And there he was proclaiming that he had saw and confirmed with his own eyes these beheaded babies. Then they come back and say, we take that back. How are you going to take it back if you saw it? You could take it back if you say, well, I was told that. That was the intelligence I was given. That's different. You said you saw it and confirmed it. Now it's widely proven across the earth that this was some bullshit. It was propaganda. It didn't happen. There are no beheaded babies, everybody. And know this, there are no hostages either. This language matters. You see, in all the fog of this, a lot of things are being thrown at you. This is why the Jedi speaks. I don't know it all, but I got to share with you what I know. For sure. I can't make shit up. So, there are no hostages. They said, big headlines across the world, Israel at war. So then these are prisoners of war, bitch. They're not hostages. That changes everything. You understand what I'm telling you? And they're not really interested in their hostages anyway because they're carpet bombing Gaza. So you would not want to bomb the place where you claim your people are being held hostage because you could kill them. Oh, but there are no hostages and you don't really give a fuck if they were there anyway. Oh, okay, all right, I have to work some things out for me. All right, that's fine. All right, we're going on with the fat bitch.
Created by Hamas terrorists.
Hamas. Oh, that should send you. Get an ice pack. Get me an ice pack.
Everyone saw the Israeli parents protecting the children into shelters.
Everyone saw the Israeli parents protecting. See, she's saying that with glee because this is part of the propaganda that she knows has been put out. This is supposed to back up what we say. Y'all saw our suffering. You saw my paper cut. You seen it. You see? No, we didn't see it, fat bitch. And we're still waiting to see it. I'm going to need evidence. I hadn't seen anything. And even their music festival, I showed you that. They kept looping one thing. The guy with the ponytail and the poncho running. Then the fat bitch with a pink purse running. And then people get into an SUV, then they loop that again while telling you that hundreds were killed at a music festival. I mean, show me a toe under a tarp. It won't work, but it'll be for starters. We don't have anything. Until I see some shit, I'm proclaiming right here, right now, there has not been a fucking attack on this fucking Zionist, fucking demonic ass fucking illegal place called Israel. Period. I'm going to try and shut up and let the fat whore finish, but there's so much that all right, shut up.
Versus people that are protecting their children in a shelter. Everyone saw the Israeli parents protecting the children in the shelters, and everyone saw the horrific footages of those beheaded babies, these horrors that created by Hamas terrorists. So this is such a clear-cut war.
Now, we haven't all seen footage of babies being beheaded.
Thank you. You see, this is such a clear-cut war. No, it's not, bitch. But this is the moment they've been waiting to produce, to conjure, because what they've been doing to the Palestinians for the last 75 years has been genocide. It's been a Holocaust. It's been anything, any word you want to express it. You have, that's the word. But they're stressing that this is so clear cut because what their ultimate aim is they want to just exterminate these fucking Palestinians. These are their niggers, and they don't want them. So this is the moment we need it, and we're going to use it to kill off as many of their asses as we can. We really want to try and kill all of them, because they were also trying to put them into a killing coordinate when they ordered 1.1 million Palestinians are supposed to evacuate so that they can target Hamas targets. Fuck you, bitch. I'm not leaving my house, because then when I come back, my shit's not there. So you're not going to let me come back, because remember Katrina, they blew up the levees, flooded our people out, but the tall tale sign of the crime was, now I can't come back. So you wanted me to leave. You see? So I'm supposed to believe you didn't blow up the levees and drown my people the fuck out of there? I'm supposed to believe this because your white ass says it? I don't believe you. I'm over it. Let's hear more of this fat whore.
There's this.
I can smell her from here, and it is not pleasant. Ugh. Is there an ad?
I mean, listen, for those that watch the Jets is great.
I can't do this. All right, we're done with that.
That is at the moment at the table is
What?
the safety of the children.
Wait.
Is at the moment at the table.
About what peace might look like, and she says this.
The only solution that is at the moment at the table is the safety of the children of Israel. You don't speak about
That's the
peace.
only issue. You heard the fat bitch say it. That's the only. We'll just hear it again in case I heard something wrong, because maybe I didn't get the earwax. I make mistakes. Things happen. I see things. I hear things. All right. But hear this now.
The only solution.
The only solution, said the fat whore. The stinking fat whore.
That is at the moment at the table is
this at the moment at the table.
Is the safety of the children of Israel.
Is the safety of the children of Israel. Fuck those Palestinian children. Fuck those Palestinian mothers. Fuck all those Palestinian niggers over there. We'll have the most important thing on the table is Israeli children. You heard the fat bitch say it. I didn't say it. You see, that's how they think.
You don't speak about peace with Germany when the Germans are attacking all Western Europe.
You don't speak about peace with your Zionist fat ass if you're attacking the Palestinian people since 1948, fat whore. Again, the hypocrisy. You see? The double fucking standard. You know, and anytime a reporter gets them like where they have to, where you just show what you said, now, are you saying the same shit about, then they have nothing to say. You see? And the grin, she's demonic. This is a demonic fat bitch. Do you understand?
The only solution
is
at the moment at the table is the safety of the children of Israel. You don't speak about peace with Germany when the Germans are attacking all Western Europe. This is the reality we're in. Think about Churchill in his moment when all Europe surrounded and he had to stand still and to say, no, this is a pure evil. First of all, we need to defeat the pure evil. And then in the future, we need to speak about future peace. Chamberlain and Churchill were the two paths that Britain had during the Second World War. Everyone knows how Chamberlain's attempts for peace were failed, and sometimes you need just to fight evil. And I think this is the moment where we're fighting pure evil, and the Americans know. This is why they're projecting so much.
And the Americans know. See, they always invoke it, but America got our back though. America, I'm gonna show you Blinken hugged up with the fucking the incarnate of the devil.
And the British know. This is why they're
Americans and the British, they're all white, more white people. Sure, that's just a coincidence. Go on.
supporting us.
So 2 points.
That's why they're supporting us. Right now. All right, I think we might be ready to go to our next one. Yeah. I could have taken me out. I set that up so I could do that. I'll do it in the future, inshallah. So I could still play it in full screen for you, and then, okay, whatever, but that's fine. What am I doing? Let me set the next clip up. I'll come to see who's here and shout you out, and we'll go into our next clip, inshallah. Let me make sure I'm switched over. All right. All right, take that down. I'm going to get rid of that now so I don't do it again. Where's the other fat bitch? Fat bitch, fat bitch, fat bitch, fat bitch. Where's that bitch? Oh, I'm all the way at the top. Damn it. Scroll all the way down. Where's the white bitch? Okay, fat bitch. There she is.
Recently, and for no reason at all, I asked
Probably won't see all this because it's 15 minutes. It's Piers Morgan. And he doesn't really challenge her, which is the side that I need to show. He tries to act like he's fair and impartial, but you know who he is. So that's all you need to know. Like, I'm over it. First, let me come to you. Remember to thumbs up the stream, everybody. Thumbs up. Let's see. Sweet D, another shout out to you, Queen, and thank you for coming back. Simply Sandra, again, thank you for coming back too. D, you say you don't seem to be glitching. Jay Allison, shout out to you. Good evening. Yeah, you just got to constantly check your settings. You know, make sure you've not been unsubscribed and all this other nonsense, Jay. William Bell, shout out to you. It seems like it's been a while since I've seen your name. You said and the West Bank to something I was saying. Cheryl, big shout out to you. Thank you for coming back, Queen. Good to see you. Willa, a big shout out to you, Queen. As you could see, I can't see me now, but I got on my necklace, Willa. Thank you. Big shout out to you, Willa. Son, that's to Cheryl. Alright, I'm just got to break out the glasses, y'all, because I can't. Where am I at? Allison Bleb, a big shout out to you. Yes, it's all fake anyway. Thumbs up, everybody. I still got people that are not thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Hit the like button, whatever you call it. Hit it. Thumbs up. Son, Jedi, I must tell you about the Cash App. I had to delete my Cash App. The app has been hacking into people's accounts. Almost got my account hacked just today. Oh, really? Inshallah, we'll speak over the weekend, son. You can tell me about it. I'd like to know about that. Carl Trombley, shout out to you. They are the Kaiser faction. They are the Kaiser factions that came out of Ukraine, Europe, among others. But yeah, you know, these people can go back to where the fuck they came from. Nobody is like it's kind of like they're doing the same shit that the fucking gay people are doing. Like. First it was they didn't want nobody to make fun of them, and just they like everybody else, and just okay, fine. So eventually society got to that. Ain't nobody fucking with you. Now here you come, you want to bully all of humanity with all these pronouns and shit, and change all of humanity in language, and claim that we're assigned our sex at birth, that Allah didn't just say be and created us and only created. I mean, come on. And they're doing the same shit. Like like we don't got no sympathy for you. I don't. You don't just get carte blanche to do whatever the fuck you want to all of humanity because you claim you've had some suffrage. Nah. Son, 2 of my nieces got hit. Their bank accounts, I think you meant, were cleaned out. I need from you another way to donate to you until the app is safe to. Then just do it on the GoFundMe, son. And to everybody, the link for the GoFundMe is under every video when I'm sitting up here talking to everybody. It is a crime that black people just can't fucking give $1 here or there for anything. What if I needed a kidney, for God's sake, or you needed a kidney or a heart transplant? But more than that, can't we just do anything? Won't we just do anything? Damn. I can't. Meanwhile, I see people who don't have a genuine cause or some frivolous bullshit, and their people they don't even have to solicit. Their people just fucking give. I produced a whole video that's there on the GoFundMe and a whole explanation of why you need to give your tired ass little coin. I shouldn't have to do that. We should have unity as a people, and that should be enough. Oh, so-and-so's in need? Let's help that. Because that's what Muslims do. You go start a business someplace. Oh, sister so-and-so. Oh, alhamdulillah. We automatically just go there. We'll have to know the sister, never met her. She may even go to your mosque. You just go there because that's it. We got to do that. Anyways, you can go to the GoFundMe and it's secure, So, there you have it. And thanks to the recent donors and people that have donated, I don't want to leave you out. It's just I always have to, there's less of you than those who haven't, so I have to bitch at them, but I appreciate the people who have been faithful and dedicated, and not just my thanks, but Allah will bless you. This is for this mosque in Lemon Village in the Gambia. It's right around the corner from where my brother Samba lives. If you saw any of my work on Jedi Africa, I show you exactly where it is in relation to the house and everything. I've done my work. I've done my part. You understand? I've done what I can do. And you don't got to be wealthy. There are many bricks that build a building. I like when the Boondocks opens their theme. I'm the stone that the building refused. I love that. I just love that statement. But I'm just saying, you don't have to be wealthy. Just give what you can, everybody. That's it. Strength in numbers, damn, it adds up. It adds up. I don't see how anybody could be exposed to a human being like myself, knowing my character, and not be better than you were before you met me. I don't see that. Robert Epps, a big shout out to you. We lost 100 million of us in the Middle Passage. Well, it's 50 million, but I don't know where we get the 100, but it could be. But I've only heard 50 million. And that's enough to get us over. I mean, there's 6 million to 50. I think we already won. Plus slavery, suffering, and death since 1555 to now, and we have never gotten reparations. We need to get paid like Israel billions every year. Yeah, you know, and but yet they're so oppressed and they cannot go on, and it's all about their safety, and nobody's checking for your bitch ass. Nobody, until you start fucking with the Palestinians. Then we got a problem. Ray Supreme, big shout out to you, brother. Good to see you. They always need a bad guy so the world don't see them as the true evil ones. That's the truth. And that's why I've made it my mission, and I try to make it my mission on the earth to try and wake up as much of humanity as I can to say, you got to change your language. Stuff that's just happening. You think there's just bad people and this and that. No, stop. I've done full videos, and there's some here on this channel. I'm identifying the hand. I'm proving and showing that anything you want to talk about contemporarily or in historical terms, it doesn't matter. Ancient history. You show me the problem, I'll show you a white hand. I will show it to you. So it's not even up for debate or question that this is the virus upon humanity. These people are vanquished, and suddenly a new day, a new earth, and it's all new. Thank you for that, Ray. Robert. Or maybe, wait, let me see how much these, okay, yeah. I can get these and I can go back to our next clip. You go on, Robert, and say, or maybe even more than 40 years of billions of dollars of reparations coming to us in our own separate state or country so that we can totally heal from what has happened to us since 1555. And that brings, you know, because we should have done, but again, this is why Christianity is such a fucking problem. Because no matter what you think about what's truth and what's not and all this other bullshit, some things you just can't get around. And the fact of the matter is, Christianity is a stain upon the soul and the psyche of him. It's why I've got to bitch to people to donate. It's Christianity. Do you understand? I have a video here on the channel about King Leopold II. And I read his letter. And one of the things that we learned in this letter was, towards the end of it, I remember it, that Christianity was what they used to I hate to say control. It was one of the tools used against us. But we learned further that when the Japanese, was it Japanese and the Chinese or just the Japanese? I can't remember. Anyways, I'm just saying Japanese for now. Forbid Christianity. And they would kill anybody trying to proclaim that shit. Because they understood what it does to the psyche of their population. You understand? So this is real. It's real, it's real, it's real. It's a problem. And the point I was going to make, yeah. And so the natives, so-called natives, who now have their reservations, which I don't even like that term, but everybody knows it, so we'll use that. They didn't want to be with this white devil. But because of Christianity, we fought to sit at their fucking lunch counters and ride on their buses and be in their theaters and do all the shit that they did. And we should have said, fuck these people, and kill the bitch asses on sight. And we should have our own shit. We should have done like the Indians did. Like, we don't want to be with you. Fuck you. Nah. Give us our money. Give us our land. And you go the fuck over there. We're the only people in the history of existence who have fought to be in bed with their very fucking enemy and is letting that same enemy dictate to you how you're supposed to think about them and speak about them now. What? I can't. I can't. Imhotep Heru. Big shout out to you. It's been a minute. Quran 551. Don't take Jews as your friends. Right. But do you know the Arabia? Because you must understand. I don't want to get into that. But yes. That's a quote from Quran. Yes. I'll just leave it at that. But they are our cousin and we are their cousin. The Orthodox Jew. Robert, we deserve the reparations that Israel's been getting more than they do. Compare 6 million to 100 million plus slavery. Who needs reparations the most? Them or us? Cheryl, are your nieces all right? Oh, that's Tassan. And that's to Cheryl. Okay, that's them. San Jedi, I need you to text me the information from the web page so I can continue to. The link is under. I'm sitting here now. The link is literally below me in the description box underneath me. You just click on it, it'll take you to the page. Yeah, thumbs up, everybody. Thumbs up. Looks like we got 3 people who have brain death. Okay, yeah, you found, yeah. All right, Allison, thank you. Thanks for calling them the so-called natives. They are actually Russian Mongoloids. Let's go to our next clip. Well, yeah, we're gonna go to the next clip. Maybe I won't go to that. I want to move us along. I'll come to that. I was another clip of the fat bitch. But I want to go to someone else. We'll come back to her. Now, this is also goes to tune. It's also
There's
good
one
because
simple hearing
I
hack
thought Mark
anyone
Lamont
can
Hill was over. And he was. For something that he said. I can't remember. But apparently he's back. And he's with Al Jazeera. Okay, this isn't the one though. I don't want to go through someone else. I have the actual just him somewhere. But I titled this one Mark Lamont Hill, so okay. Fine. And this little bird that's trying. Bismillah. Yeah, we'll come back to this fat whore, bitch. Now, this is Mark Lamont Hill interviewing one of these Zionists about mass. The term escapes me. Wait, sound. Oh, it's going to jump as soon as I bring you in. So what's the timestamp I need?
To commit war crimes, as are much of the press. One journalist who isn't, though, is Mark Lamont Hill. On Al Jazeera, he challenged former Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister Danny Ayalon.
Former Israeli Prime Minister Danny somebody. Okay, 13. Well, 12 is fine. And Mark Lamont Hill is a very interesting human being. He's a very sharp brother. He's very intelligent, and has very good command of his academia. But you talk too fast, Mark. I always feel nervous just when I'm watching him. Like, why am I nervous? You know, he stutters, and he's an event. Like, all right, somebody, all right, go get my Valium and give him a Valium. Get it out of the stash because I can't. All right, see this now.
Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, said that he was deeply distressed by Israel's announcement of a siege on the Gaza Strip. He said that the humanitarian situation, quote, will only deteriorate exponentially, and that crucial life-saving supplies, including fuel, food, and water, must be allowed into Gaza. So the UN is saying you must do this. You are saying you're not going to do this. How do you?
No, we're not saying that.
He's saying doing it immediately. What I'm saying is what you're doing. No. He's saying doing it immediately.
I got you. I'll tell you exactly what we're saying. I'm saying we will do everything for the Gazan people. Once and now, we demand immediate surrender, unconditional surrender of Hamas. If Hamas people come...
Listen, again, that's a red herring. Hamas can't surrender because, you know, just like when the Black Panther started, there were many chapters that sprung up on their own across the country. The same thing with Black Lives Matter, you know, but specifically speaking about the Black Panther. So Hamas, as I started to say sometime earlier in my opening, was born out of the existence of these fucking stinking ass parasites. Because somebody had to stand up and say, we're not going to take this shit from your bitch ass. We're ready to bring it to you. That is Hamas. That is Hamas. So I've always said that Hamas is to the Palestinians what the Black Panther is to us. They were sick and tired of it and said, we're going to do something about this shit. So for him to say that they need to surrender, and remember that that Palestine is like Africa, because it is Africa, it's Northeast Africa, but I mean in terms of ethnicity, in that most of the African continent is under the age of 30. Ibrahim Traore, the youngest leader on earth, that's a true statement, is only 33. He's the youngest leader of anything on planet Earth ever. That's it. Done. And so that reflects most of the African continent. So in Palestine, most of the population is young. So when he's talking about Hamas needs to surrender, who are you talking about? Who? And what they're speaking double, because in other iterations of people being interviewed, they're basically making everybody in Palestine a member of Hamas. You see? And that statement that he made is just so they continue on. Like, they know Hamas is not going to fucking surrender to your bitch ass. For what? That's not going to change anything. And the Palestine, it ain't just Hamas that can't stand your bitch ass. It's all of fucking Palestine. I don't even live that bitch, but if I was there, I would immediately be part of fucking Hamas, bitch. What? So you can't, I mean, you can't surrender, you can surrender human beings, you cannot surrender an idea. This is oppression, this is genocide against the people for generations. You think you just round up Hamas, so-called just round up Hamas, and then now it's all over? No. Because you got to get your white ass the fuck out. That's what has to happen. I can't. Let's finish hearing the rest of it, though. Mark Lamont Hill does a fantastic job of this interview, though. Really fantastic. Hear it carefully.
Yeah, I got you. I'll tell you exactly what we're saying. I'm saying we will do everything for the Gazan people. Once and now, we demand immediate surrender, unconditional surrender of Hamas. If Hamas people come out with their hands up and clear their weapons, believe me, everything will be restored to Gaza. It is Hamas in Hamas' hands.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you for clarifying that, sir. I think we're actually on the same page here. You're saying that once Hamas leaves, you'll grant the Gazan people food, shelter, fuel, electricity, hospitals, schooling. And if they don't, and if Hamas doesn't leave, then they'll continue to starve and die in hospitals. You are defining for the international community right now collective punishment. You're saying
collective punishment. That's the term I couldn't think of. So it got him. I just got you in. You just said it now. Because if you just asked him directly, of course, he's going to lie with his forked devilish tongue. But Mark Lamont was able to be crafty and get him there and be like, so you just described collective punishment. You just did it. The lead into that, and I'll shut up.
Hamas leaves, you'll grant the Gazan people food, shelter, fuel, electricity, hospitals, schooling. And if they don't, and if Hamas doesn't leave, then they'll continue to starve and die in hospitals. You are defining for the international community right now collective punishment. You're saying until Hamas acts differently, the 2 million people in Gaza are going to be treated this way. And once Hamas acts differently, these 2 million people in Gaza will be treated better. That is exactly what collective punishment is. You're holding them accountable for the actions of others. That is the definition, the textbook definition of collective punishment, sir. Now, you may accept that that's what you want to do.
Which is a war crime, collective punishment.
But this is absolutely a contravention of international law.
Such a good interview. And I suppose...
Excellent. Well done. Well done. I think that's the end of it. No, there's more.
Look at how Ayalon responded.
No, if we pushed them to the wall, not pushing them to the wall. We want to open a humanitarian corridor so they can leave. But if Hamas...
So that who can leave? Citizens? You're saying civilians can leave, but only through the Rafah border, correct?
At this point, yes.
So they can't come...
Where else?
Your country! They can come into...
At this point, yes. Where else? Said the fucking devil. He did such a fantastic job. Man.
You're saying civilians can leave, but only through the Rafah border, correct?
Only through the Rafah border, is that correct?
Correct.
At this point,
At this point, yes. And listen to the next word.
Where else?
Where else? Boom. Go, Mark.
Your country! They can come into Israel!
Crickets. 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 Let's count the crickets. Wait now. Wait.
Yes.
Your country! They can come into Israel!
I'm telling you one...
Crickets. Like, he don't know how to answer that. Like the fat bitch when she was asked, but we just show pictures all morning that shows it's a humanitarian crisis. Let me ask you a question. Are you a mother? Are you a funky fat bitch? But you see, no, because it's about racism, everybody. These are nothing but white devils. Don't be seduced by the accent. Fuck, this is a white devil. That's all that is. You understand what I'm telling you? And so they don't like the Palestinians at all. It's racial for them. Because as I tell you, there will be no such thing as racism or anybody hating anybody because of race, or this whole idea of that is born out of white people. And wherever they are at, there is racism. That's 100% true. 100%.
Your country! They can come into Israel!
I'm telling you one more thing I want to say.
Well, I'm telling you one, no, bitch, go back to that.
I want you to address that point. Don't just smile, sir, respectfully. You're saying you're making a corridor.
I love how he said, don't just smile. Thank you, Mark, for that. Because he didn't really have to say that. That was bonus. Yes. Like, don't be snubbed to, like, I love that. Yes.
I'm telling you one more thing I want to say.
I want you to address that point. Don't just smile, sir, respectfully. You're saying you're making a corridor. They can go to Egypt. You're bombing them. You say you want to save them, but they can't come in.
First of all, I'm not smiling. I'm crying in my heart. I'm crying in my heart for all the butchering of thousands of Israelis. Why do you think the world is with us? Why do you think the world is with us? All the international media was there. So don't talk to me about collective punishment. Don't talk to me about humanitarian. These are new rules of the game.
Well, the world isn't.
Now, you see, Mark got him to start showing them horns. You see what I'm saying? First, it was all very cordial and I got you, so. Now he's full devil mode. They always turn. They always turn. They always turn. And so he had him by the jugular there. This is all new? No, nigga, this is the shit that's on the books. It's new to you because y'all never have to follow the rules. You just make them up as you go, and America's got your side, so anything we say is wholly imperfect, so it's all fine. So he's being truthful there when he says this is new. What was his language? You'll just hear that again. Wait now.
First of all, I'm not smiling. I'm crying in my...
That one, I'm going to the hospital after this dream. I'm crying. What do you say? I'm crying in my heart or something. I'm not smiling. I'm crying inside. Really? Because you're smiling, bitch. It's a devilish grin, but nonetheless, well, the judges will receive it as a smile. The judges, yeah, they're holding up tins. Well, there it is.
First of all, I'm not smiling. I'm crying in my heart. I'm crying
in my heart.
For all the butchery of thousands of Israelis. Why?
For all the butchering of thousands of Israelis. Thousands, bitch? Y'all said it was only 1,500. That's not thousands, plural. You claim it was 1,500. And it's not. It's not even 10. It's not even 5. We got no evidence of any of your butchery that you're proclaiming. You know. And we're over 3,000 Palestinians before we even get to the over 500 plus that were killed in the hospital. And I saw the raw video of the hospital, everybody. Not where you putting, blacking stuff out and blurring. Fuck all that. I want to see what is reality. You understand? And I would offer for you as individuals. You've been trained. You're exposed to nothing but vile, fucking ungodly, unholy bullshit all fucking around the clock, 24 hours a day. As soon as they're gonna show you something truthful, we warn you the images you're about to see. Fuck you, bitch. You're the image that you should have warned me about, not the shit you're about to show me. So get out of that. Cause you got a date with death, homie. So turning away from shit that's uncomfortable, that's gross, I don't want to see that. You need to see the shit. You need to see it. You can't just sanitize your entire existence because reality is going to slap you in the face one day. You won't be ready for it at all. Hear this.
Why do you think the world is with us? Why do you think the world is with us? All the international media was
Why
there.
do you think the world is with us? Again, he's crying inside for the Israelis. He never mentioned for the Palestinians. And why do you think the world is with us? The world is not with you, bitch. The world is not with you, and America is not the world. They're only 4% of the population, and they are not the world. No. What world is with you? What world? This is his language. The world. Hear it.
I'm not smiling. I'm crying in my heart. I'm crying in my heart for all the butchery of thousands of Israelis. Why do
not Palestinians. Just Israelis.
you think the world is with us?
Why do you think the world is with us?
Why do you think the world is with us? All the international media was there. So don't talk to me about collective punishment. Don't talk to me about humanitarian. These are new rules of the game.
These are new rules of the game. Because we never follow the rules. The world is with us. All the international media was there because we made sure when we pulled off our hoax to say that we were hit by 5,000 rockets that only hit cars next to pristine buildings and don't leave any evidence of anything. So, it's all there. It's all there. It's all, it's all there. It's all there. I'm crying inside. Wow. Come on, switch over, man. I know it did, but I have to confirm. Okay. Damn, the delay. All right. Let's kill this one. Let's delete that so I don't come back to that one again while looking for something else. We're going to come to our next clip now. I mean, this is just... Oh, I have to show you this. It's not my most important clip, but it is definitely one that must be seen. Oh, snap. Okay, I'll contrast these two. This one first. I think I showed you this. Yeah, I think I showed you this.
What was the process of actually?
Wait. Ah, damn. I should have. Oh, I did someplace. I don't know the timestamp. Again, the Zionists in this country, as I've told you, you cannot run for city council, you can't run for mayor, you can't run for state Congress or Senate, you can't run for governor, you're not running for president, you're not running for anything in this bitch unless you sign the pledge to fucking this Zionist, this shit stain of a place called Israel. That's 100% true. And so any of these people that she's elevated in media here, and they seep into independent media too, because I'm not feeling the same coziness that I used to feel about the Young Turks either. This Anna person and Jink, they show their colors during COVID, and there were some other things when there was other dust-ups with the Zionists. I don't know if Anna is a Zionist so much because they've been saying some of the right things on this issue. But my bigger point is just that these people show up not just in mainstream media, but they're showing up in independent media as well. This is an example because this motherfucker is a fucking Zionist and probably Republican too, but he sits up there with this sister every day, and I'm sure she thinks everything's cool. That's why I say when you go into a space as a black person, just because they're nice to you, you just let down every guard. You don't even have a guard up. You're not even on alert at all. And so you go into a space with them and you think everything is just cool. It's all good. But they're constantly plotting on your ass, and everything is about race for white people. They're never going to say that out loud, so their opinion doesn't fucking matter. We know what the truth is. We proclaim it. And so this is what happened. And even if I talked about it before in another stream, I don't know if I showed you the clip, that's one. And number two, I hadn't seen the actual video itself. I needed to go to their channel, find the video, and see. And because I wanted to see, what were people saying in the comments? Was there a response after the fact? And alas, there not only was there nobody, in fact, is my comment on here too? Okay, let me bring you in. And well, let me find the place where I need to be first.
You know, Biden has a long history of of
Palestine, and justify doing what Max Miller and a number of stripping the rights of 2.3 million people in an apartheid state on their border are conditions. That's what it means for Israel to defend itself, that it's going to kill some Palestinian kids and innocents.
And I have criticized that every time it has appeared and has come across our screen.
What the United States of America did was to stand at a podium and say, without any caveats, Israel has a right to do that, to defend itself.
Right. There's so much other that's good about this, but I just wanted to show this part, though.
It's a population of 2.3 million people, half of which are children.
I have criticized that over and over again. I will continue to do so. Lindsey Graham does not represent my views. I don't share any views with Lindsey Graham. His foreign policy is everything I think the
difference between resistance and attacks on civilians. That's interesting.
I'm not the one who fails to make that distinction. The DSA, the left.
Wait, is this it?
If you refuse to acknowledge...
Hamas thinks that and the DSA thinks that.
If you refuse to acknowledge the difference between resistance and attacks on civilians, that's interesting.
I'm not the one who fails to make that distinction. The DSA, the left, is the one failing to make that distinction.
I just made that distinction. You might not have heard it over the bluster, but I made that distinction. And
I'm going to pass this.
Person funded. We're united on that.
Israeli regime of settler colonialism and expanding the settlements. I'm not attacking you for not having a solution. The problem is having a solution is very difficult, which is why I don't come to the situation that the Palestinians are in with the hubris of wagging transformed it from just there were 40 beheaded babies to I saw personally
children died. It was an unprovoked attack. Be true in order for this attack to rise to the level of.
What is the advantage? Because I have a theory of than Israelis who have been killed, and children, and many other defenders of the indiscriminate killing of Palestinian children.
Innocent Palestinian
There it
children
is.
everywhere.
There it is.
I can't.
There it is.
Which is to
an obscure.
Wait now.
Embellishment to make the case.
We'll do lead-ins.
Children, and it could not.
8:44. Let's bring you in. 8:44. I can't see it. 8. That's 7. 8:44.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online.
And that's to make sure your ass don't talk ever again in life. Okay, moving on.
We're being told that Palestinians are keeping Israeli children in cages.
So, as I was to set this up now more properly, it's one of the things that I watch periodically. You know, I really don't like them because that's a very sharp sister. She's very smart. In fact, when I went to their channel and was looking through some of their videos, I finally saw her with her hair not pulled back in a ponytail. She looked even more divine. She's a very sharp sister. I mean, wow. And could get it, and heard that she do want it. But that's something else. But she's too cerebral. Like, she's too analytical, too wordy, and just, it's too much, Brianna. Just, it's too much. Like, I can't. But that aside, and so I don't watch them. If they have somebody on there that, you know, they're actually going to have the person up there, because they have a very short clip and it's just them yakking, and I don't like that. But here it was. And he unleashed all of his white devilry on this sister. Hear this now.
And decapitating them by the dozens, neither which rumor turned out to be true. And yet in the middle of a tragedy that needed no embellishment to make the case for why Hamas's acts are horrible and tragic, there is still this embellishment, and I believe it is rooted in a desire to strip humanity from the people of Palestine and justify doing what Max Miller and a number of other officials in the Israeli government have said.
Max Miller is an obscure Republican official. It does not matter what he says.
So every leftist, wait a minute, Robbie, every leftist in America was asked to apologize for some random protest.
They should apologize. They should apologize for their endorsement of terrorist attacks on innocent Israeli civilians.
There's the white devil.
I am outraged by the retaliatory actions that are killing innocent Palestinian children everywhere. I care about both of these things, and have said I care about both of these things over and over again. It is you and the idiotic, leftist, terrorist sympathizing people who do not care about the dead Israelis. They don't.
So I'm a terrorist.
And they've said it over and over again. Black Lives Matter has said it. The Harvard students have said it. The DSA in various locations have said it. The left endorses what Hamas did. They do. They endorse it.
The Harvard newspaper said exactly what the editorial page of Israel's major newspapers.
I don't give a Brianna.
Okay, well, that's clear. That's your opinion. But the Israeli voices in Israel who are getting killed because their fascist right-wing government decides to keep 2.3
million. The Israelis are getting
people.
killed because a terrorist group targeted them. And they bear responsibility for what they did.
Well, Robbie, if you think you know more than Israelis in Israel, then you can feel free to have your position.
I think that's all we need. But I want to see if my comment is on here. Aha! Allahu Akbar. First, I want to make 2 points. I want to read my comment and why I wrote it. But I want to say to you, one of the things I noticed on social media, like I never read comments, y'all. I read comments on my own channel from you, from people who follow me, who send a comment to my work. I'm here for it. But I don't go around reading comments, and I know a lot of people. This is part of the culture that's out there. Like, people do that; they read the comments, For what? But here's why I mostly have an issue with it. It's because then they just start typing what every fucking body else typed. So the whole train of comments reads like that. Knowing this, before I typed mine, I said I'm gonna go and read the comments to prove what I already know to be the truth, And everybody's got the same tone saying the same shit. Then I went back through and just tried to look to identify just black commenters. You see, a lot of looking because there's 13,000 plus comments on this fucking video. So I said, there's no way in hell this demon should get away with yelling at a black woman like that. I don't care what the issues are. They always show their true colors, all capital. I'm not cool with the shit. She is clearly the adult here. And it is disgusting that no black people in the comments are defending her honor. For that matter, there is no original thought being expressed. As usual, on YouTube, if you read the comments, you can tell that most people read the comments and then just write the shit they just read. That's why most of the comments say the same damn thing. This is typical across social media. I only read these comments to prove my point because I knew what I would find. Learn to think for yourselves. And I could have wrote a thesis, but I ended it there. But in addition to that, and there was a lot more to be extracted from that piece because she really is carrying the right position on this. And later she gets into saying how every time she says something, he goes, and I condemn that, and I did. She goes, but you never initiated it. Like, I'll say it and you just agree. But it's never like just from you. Oh, she did a fantastic job. That's a sharp sister. Like, I mean, she's bigger than this. You know, certain people you come across in life and you catch them at the station that they're at and you go, you're bigger than this. You're bigger than this. You need to do something else. This is not, go do something else. This pond is too small for you, you know. So I wanted to show that. Let me know. I'll source my other clip, set it up, come back to you so I don't get too far behind in your comments, so I'm still current. And we'll proceed like that, inshallah. All right, let me delete that. Why does it jump all the way to the top after I delete that? I gotta scroll all the way the fuck back down to my clips. I don't have time for this. Oh, I said I would show this. Let me bring this. This is important. Let me come to you now. Skip that. Let's come to you. Where did I end? Let's see if I can. I think I ended at Allison. Imhotep. You say America and Europe support Israel regardless. War crimes committed by Israel, it's sick, family. Criminals support criminals. It's exactly right. Because you'll remember that Tony Blair is the one that's mainly cited. There were others, but he was, I think he and Bush had a homosexual relationship. I can't get into it. But he was so joined at the hip over the fucking Iraq aggression. The Iraq attack. The Iraq attack. The Iraqi Holocaust, as it were. And we have to start putting this Holocaust label on other things, everybody. We can't just let these fucking big-nosed, fake-ass Zionists have it. Because like I said, their shit was 3.5 to 4 years in one place, perpetrated by one dude in his army, and the shit was over. Windows Defender. All right. Didn't find anything. All right, then don't tell me shit. Get out the way. All right. Yeah, and also to that comment, Imhotep, white folks always stick together. They are aligned with evil, so they stick together. San, yeah, I remember this one Jedi when she let that white demon talk down to her and scream at her like that couldn't have been me. Just saying. Right, and later, one of the reasons I also wanted to find the original clip is because later, like they do go on. I thought that would have been the end of the damn show, but they do go on, and you know they ended kind of like it's all good, but that can't be allowed to stand because you made it personal. It's one thing to get passionate about the point, but you made it personal to her. You and the leftists and the dissident, like you know what I'm saying? Because even she said, "So I'm a terrorist sympathizer now." Like, you know, I mean, nah, that dude should have had several black eyes. You feel me? Like this can't be allowed to stand. You know. Donna Gray, a big shout out to you in the UK. Brianna is wasted on Rising. Allison, Jedi, my comment got deleted. I was saying that in regards to it all being fake, not only can we see just burning cars, but also fireworks and actors on CNN telling us how their family died with smiles. Wow. I haven't seen CNN. I have been keeping. I've watched some of the mainstream stuff because I have to know what the enemy is always saying. I always tell you that, even if it's people you cannot fucking stand, you got to go listen and watch because you have to know the side. You have to. So it was in that context. Not surprised at you know the findings at CNN. You know they have no credibility, dude. They just don't. I mean we have caught them in just undeniable shit over the years. Fabricated staging shit, you know. I mean, that's your CNN. Yeah. All right, I want to come to this now because this is Anthony Blinken, who is the Secretary of State of this bitch. And we don't need it all. You just need to hear the devilish voice and the body language and the tone. You know, and then the other thing that they do too, I don't know if they do it on this clip here, but and I think you should be able to hear me if I take me out. We're gonna find out. No, because you should be able to see them. I'm gonna be in the way of the devil. Fuck. You know, when they greet each other, they shake hands and they're right in each other's eyes. Like, you know, Biden does it, this fucker does it. Anytime and the Israeli person, you know, like it's all more of this. Like people should see that. Everybody that can't stand America and can't stand fucking this shit stain in the desert should just fucking come together to just get rid of their asses. You feel me? Like, it's more of us than them. At the end of the day, we will be victorious. That's not even questionable. Like, we will be victorious. Period. We gonna win. So we won already. We won. All right, but see this now, so that you could see this joining of the hip of this asshole, the devil, and the shit stain in the desert, as it were.
Mr. Secretary, my good friend Tony.
My good friend Tony. I'm mad I can get his note. Fuck. But, you know, it's personal. It's not even, you know, there's an official way to do things. This is the Secretary of State of the United States of America. So in that context, he is due a certain decorum and how he's addressed and things, heads of state, ambassadors, things like that. You feel me? It's just as a way of doing things. That's not the phraseology I wanted. But there's just a way of doing things, like a courtesy. What's the fucking word? It'll come to me, inshallah. But anyway, Tony, my friend. Nobody, like, that'd be like, like even Michelle, this will really say what I just said to you, in case you didn't get it. When Michelle would introduce Barack or talk about him or whatever, she would say the president. If she's on the Tonight Show or something like that, she may let slip my husband. But you never hear Barack, because she understands he holds the office. Even though I'm first lady, I'm his wife, and I descended from the clouds on angels, because Jedi has the video. That's something else I don't want to get into. But she still offers that honor that is due. There's certain decorum that you just do that. So I offer that to say how disgusting this is. Mr. Secretary, my friend Tony. And also so you can hear that he sounds like the devil. Like, this is the voice of the devil. This is what it sounds like.
Mr. Secretary, my good friend Tony, thank you for your important visit here today. Thank you.
The visual for this also, everybody. And remember, the diaper went there too. The diaper. He was there. All right. But also the reason for this, and you see they have the menorah on the front of the podiums. They got the fucking satanic flag behind them. So why isn't your fucking satanic flag on the podium? Like, we have the presidential seal, president with the eagle and the bullshit. A menorah, bitch. A menorah. A menorah is on the podium. So that's visual. Then also, the value of this is telling about their intention, because if 1,500 people were really killed and they weren't, then, as I've said to you, they staged this fiction, this lie, and most of the world is not realizing, wait, I really ain't seen no shit from the Israeli side. You've just been told. We're back to the Twin Towers again. And the buildings are collapsing. They'll tell you that shit while you're literally looking at the building being blown to dust horizontally in your face. Literally. So the value of this is to say, see, because remember, the fat bitch, this is why the world is standing with us. The United States is with us. Everybody's saying the United States, they with us, and the diaper standing there saying, unconditionally, we with Israel. Like, that's the homie. We got their back no matter what, regardless. Irregardless, you feel me? As the brothers would say. And so this is now to show we have the carte blanche to do whatever the fuck we want. Because look, America's standing with us. So when we carpet bomb the fuck out of Gaza, our homies are with us. This is like daring anybody else, but it's also daring any of the Arab nations in the region who would want to now come to the defense of Palestine and do a real strike on their bitch ass. Now we see some crumbled buildings. Now we see some Israeli bitches running through the street bleeding and shit. You see, this is what this visual is for, everybody. It's for psychological effect and for military strategy. Understand that.
Thank President Biden.
The diaper.
And thank you to the American people.
We're not going to see all of this.
For your incredible support for Israel.
And all of the American people. Why did he say that? Remember, these are purposeful remarks. We don't support your bitch ass. We don't. We don't. We don't. You understand? And all of the American people. Hear that again. Language, everybody.
Thank you for your important visit here today.
Wait.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought...
Mr. Secretary, my good friend Tony, Thank you for your important visit here today.
And look how the fucking Secretary of State, even when he, not just here at the podium, but if you see footage when he comes in the meeting, it's all very like, we're just here, whatever you need, just whatever you say. We do, you like, he's a punk bitch. I think we have images of them doing something that I can't. There's lawyers. I don't want to get into it. It was something. There may have been some skin. I can't get into it. All right, watch the clip.
Thank you. Thank President Biden. And thank you to the American people for your incredible support for Israel in our war against the barbarians of Hamas. Mr. Secretary, your visit is another tangible example of America's unequivocal support for Israel. Hamas has shown itself to be an enemy of civilization. The massacring of young people in an outdoor music festival, the butchering of entire families, the murder of parents in front of their children, and the murder of children in front of their parents, the burning of people alive, the beheadings, the kidnappings of a young boy, not only kidnapped, molested, hurt, attacked. And the sickening.
I've already dispelled for you that our faith, Allah outlines for mankind in the Quran and through the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We really do have rules of engagement of war. Any prisoners of war that were taken, which we don't have any evidence of that, and I would suggest to you we have evidence that they weren't taken because they're just bombing indiscriminately. How do you know some of those so-called hostages weren't in the hospital since they're being brutalized and all of it? And now he adds molestation to it? They always make it seem like you're a demon and a villain. Remember, I cite for you, during Katrina, the first thing, our people are running from a fucking, first it was going to be a hurricane, then it turned, they missed, Katrina missed, she turned, you understand? I think she had to get her weave done. That's something else. I don't want to get into it. But they didn't get hit directly by Katrina. That's historical fact. Go back and learn that. So they blew up the levees. But what I'm trying to get to say is that here our people are running from flooding and devastation, and they want you to believe there was all this massive killing and rape going on in the stadium, the dome. Oh, you can't go in there. People are being shot, people being raped, and all that, and none of it was true. And they were calling our people refugees. That's a state in this country, bitch. Like they vote and everything, so I don't understand how to become refugees. You see? So, this is the way of the white devil. Malcolm said it. They will do wrong, and then when you defend yourself, they make it seem like you were the attacker. This is true right now as I sit in 2023. It's the same devil doing the same shit. That's why I was telling you nothing has changed. Nothing has changed, everybody. Nothing. Just you got a little bit more technology and some other bullshit. What that mean? Doesn't mean anything. This is still the same white devil that encountered our people centuries ago in our motherland. That's still raping and pillaging our motherland now. They're still raping and pillaging and murdering and incarcerating us here. The same motherfucker is standing up there right now, both of them. You understand? This is the virus, the anthrax, the disease of humanity. Is these people. I mean, I can't. All I can say to you, I ain't met Hamas. But I can tell you that none of this shit is true. Because you don't get to say that someone is an Islamic radical Because if you're radical about anything, that means you're the damn police of that. You know? Like, you think Gordon Ramsay would be caught dead with some food on a plate that's not perfect? You know, we go, that he told, no. So, you can't say someone is a stickler when you say they're a fanatic about something and then they do everything that is exactly not fanatic. You're fanatic, that means you dot every I and you cross every T. And so the rules of engagement are very clear. You don't kill the innocent. You don't. And women and children are absolutely off limits. They can be taken as prisoners of war. You understand? But they will be treated very well. Very well. Like they'll think they're at a 5-star hotel. You forget you're actually being held. That's how well you're treated. Do you understand? So, of course he's lying, but I don't need to say that to you. Like, you just see who's speaking, and you go, well, that's a lie. Just that he stands there, we know he's lying.
Not only kidnapped, molested, hurt, attacked.
None of it's true.
And the sickening display of celebrating these horrors, the celebration and glorification of evil.
Like we're still going, oh, we can't believe what's happening to evil ass Israel. It's so sad what's happening to them. It's not. We've seen enough.
President Biden was absolutely correct in calling this sheer evil.
Because you're not evil.
Hamas is ISIS. And just as ISIS was crushed, so too will Hamas be crushed. And Hamas...
That's the preview. You see? So that when you're hearing about all these many thousands of Palestinians that you're going to hear that are dead, and we've already heard about the hospital, then he's already told you, well, we're crushing Hamas. You know? And then they say that, you know, anything that they hit is because, well, Hamas was hiding underneath that. I'm not making this up. I'm telling you shit that they're saying. You know? Well, they had headquarters underneath the hospital, or they had it underneath a school, or they had a room. I mean, you know, like, this is the real savage. I just want us to all remain clear of who the real savage is. The innocents are the Palestinians. That's who the innocent ones are. It's not these motherfuckers at all. And we wish death upon them with immediate effect. I think we heard enough of these demons. I just wanted you to see. Well, maybe you could hear the Blinken bastard a little bit, just for full context. Wait now. You got to see the little love move, the little very suspect. I think there's lovers going on. I don't want to.
And always.
And now. And I think he touched him.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Prime Minister.
I'm grateful.
I'm grateful.
To be back in Israel in this incredibly difficult moment for this nation, but in fact, for the entire world. If you'll permit me, personal side.
I don't know why it's delaying and jumping.
Not only as the United States Secretary of State, but also as a Jew.
Boom.
My grandfather, Maurice.
He's a Zionist. That ain't no Jew, everybody. Like I say, if that was a Jew, he would be standing there. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Haha. Which is the perfect segue to our next clip. So we've seen enough there vomiting and lying, and we wish death upon them with immediate effect. All right. Now let's come to this. Wait now. Switch, damn. All right. And he seemed like the subordinate up there, not only as an American, but as a Jew. And he's going to tell his lineage of his father. And I'm sure his father was at Auschwitz or some bullshit. And they always have some suffrage story. I'm over it. Where is it now? Haha! Now, perfect segue. Because I just said to you, with the Blinken bastard, I said to you when he said, and also as a Jew, and I'm like, he's not a fucking Jew, because if he was a Jew, he would not be standing there. Do you understand? That is a fucking stinking Zionist. Stinking. Like something sour and rotten. Ugh, where's my punch? Alright, throw ice on me. I said to you at the beginning of our stream, when I talked to you about every presidential candidate goes and speaks before APEC to lick the asshole of this shit stain in the desert. And I said to you, type who that is now. And nobody typed anything. Maybe you didn't hear me. But here is your Orthodox Jew. Here is your candidate who said, fuck APEC, I don't need to speak in front of your bitch asses. I don't need to. I don't support your bullshit. You understand? So as frustrated as we have been with Bernie in his 2 runs for president, he raised more money than any other presidential candidate in history, and he didn't take any fucking super PAC money. This is the president of the United States twice, technically. But thanks to the Zionist-run Democratic National Committee, headed by that Debbie Wasserman Springer Spaniel Poodle bitch, he's not. And in a sea of noise and zealot evil, this is the voice of truth. I offer you Senator Bernard Sanders.
Madam President, I listened carefully to what Senator Scott and others have said about the barbarous act committed by Hamas against innocent men, women, and children, the mowing down by machine guns of young people who were doing nothing more than attending a dance, the murder of babies. This is an horrific act precipitating a worldwide crisis. And the United States of America, all of us, condemn this act. And in my view, the state of Israel has the absolute right to defend itself against Hamas and terrorism in general. No debate on that. But what I ask my colleagues to also consider is that while we fully appreciate the horrific attack by Hamas against innocent people of Israel, I ask you also to understand that right now there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of innocent men, women, and children in Gaza who have lost their homes. They've been thrown out of their homes. They have no food, they have no water, they have no fuel. And I remind my colleagues that half of those people are children. Half of the people in Gaza are children. So yes, we are united in doing everything we can to destroy Hamas and their terrorism. But I implore you, do not take Hamas's inhumanity and brutality and terrorism against children who are 3 or 5 years old. I ask you to think for a moment. Think about it. I have a state, represents the state of Vermont, 630,000 people. 1 million people, most of them are poor. They got nothing to begin with. Before this whole business, Gaza was one of the most desperately poor places in the world. Youth unemployment, 75%. Many of their people dependent on the UN for basic survival. So what I'm asking people to take a look at is to understand what our country is about. And what our country must not be involved in is making the horrific and miserable situation in Gaza even worse. Many of the families, and again, these are people thrown out of their homes. They don't know where they're going. They don't know who will accept them. They don't know if they're ever going back to their homes. And they're poor to begin with. And do we really want to deny those people aid from the UN and other agencies to feed the children, to provide water for them? Is that really what we are about? So, of course, it goes without saying that we have got to do everything that we can to make sure that not one nickel goes to the murderous Hamas organization. But at the same time, we have got to stand with the innocent women and children in Palestine who are suffering today and are facing an almost unprecedented modern humanitarian disaster. So, Madam President, today in the midst of this crisis, U.S. and UN assistance in Gaza is aimed squarely at addressing the basic needs of the Palestinian people, including humanitarian aid and water and health programs. The U.S. and the UN go to great lengths to ensure that aid gets to the people who need it and is not diverted, as do trusted partners like Catholic Relief Services. The Israeli government itself recognizes the importance of this UN humanitarian aid and has long supported it. Today, in the midst of this horrific crisis, the United States and the international community are working to secure humanitarian access, and what media reports I have seen recently, we may be making some progress in that, so that the UN can get food and water and fuel and medicine to the million or more people in Gaza who need essential supplies. That should be our focus. There are people now facing hunger. They are facing incredible desperation, and we cannot turn our backs on them. If you think this is going to be good for Israel, if you think that the suffering of the Palestinian people long term is good for Israel, I think you are sorely mistaken. The world is looking at us, and the world understands that what Hamas did was terrible, but they don't want to see our great country turn its back on innocent women and children. That, in my view, is not what this country is about. This is a tough issue. There have been 4 wars there in the last 15 years, and ain't going to be solved tomorrow. But while we do our best to support Israel and destroy Hamas, please, let us not turn our back on the suffering people in Gaza. This is not what we should be doing, not what Congress should be doing, and therefore I object.
That's it. Truth proclaimed.
Implore you.
Truth proclaimed. Truth proclaimed. And it is a lone voice. You know, I also have learned, and I think I prepared some pieces, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, there might be somebody else, but again, they all have signed on to this Zionist bullshit. No matter what Israel does, they take a shit on your doorstep, it is holy, and we have to defend them. And so, but if you dare to have anything to say, then you're against Israel, you're anti-Semitic, you're all this other bullshit. Here is an Orthodox Jew that just spoke. You don't gotta love Bernie and all that, but that's the dude. And for me, that is the greatest person that has ever run for president in this bitch. Period. Bar none. Bar none. Bar none. Bar none. And it is a crime and a shame what they did to frustrate his victory. You know, that can never be lived down. Never. But he's also the embodiment of what I've been trying to say to you. The difference between these Zionist people who are not, they're nothing but devils, and the Orthodox Jew. It pissed me off because he's an Orthodox Jew. He wouldn't dare say anything bad about anybody when he was running for president. And Joe Biden is his friend. And how many times were we sitting around throwing things at the TV? It's like, stop fucking saying that shit, Bernie. Stop it. These people are out to get your neck. I mean, what do you do? You know, but he just, you know, but that's because he's an Orthodox Jew. And if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have had no stimulus check, by the way. Just a little footnote. Because he now holds the purse strings as the head of the finance committee, or that might be the exact name of it. He's over the money. You understand? So Bernie pushed, and he wanted us to have $2,000, not just for the stimulus check, but he wanted us to have $2,000 as a universal basic income. Like, you just get $2,000 a month because. And everybody on Social Security, he's still fighting to have the amount of Social Security raised because people can't just live on just Social Security, you know. Yeah, that's the dude. But in this context, he becomes important because he's standing on the floor of the House in this sea of everybody licking Israel's ass and saying, just a second here, what about the Palestinians? And it's even more powerful because he is actually a Jew. So that has more weight. And certainly I can speak for all Palestinians if I would dare and say they appreciate that shit. Period. So, had to get that in there. Let's get rid of that now. As we set up. I need to see how long we've been here, y'all. I'm going to come back to you. I don't know where we are on time. I always get lost when we have all those glitches and shit at the beginning. And then I don't know how long we've been in. You know. What your experience is vastly different to what I'm experiencing, you know. The interesting thing for me when I watch my work back is I might be feeling one way, and when I see it, but I don't see none of that. One more before I come to you, because I cited them earlier, and well, I may come to you first. Let me see how long this clip is first. Let me see.
Oxygen level critical.
Okay. Yeah, let me come to you really quick and see what you guys are saying. What you guys are saying? What are you guys saying? Where did I leave off? I read that. Allison. Oh, Imhotep, I read that. Son. I read that. Donna Gray. Allison. Jedi, my comment got deleted. I think I read that too. In regards to it all being fake. Yeah, I read that. The burning cars, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I read that. Robert, Jedi, type in what the Jews Talmud says about babies, Jesus, blacks, and Christians. It's 12 minutes. You know, the Talmud is like, that is not Torah. It is for the blood drinkers that run fucking Israel. You understand? I mean, there's very scary things in there, you know, and just a footnote for you guys too, you know, it's very popular. A lot of people, especially since Madonna started with her Kabbalah, you know, Kabbalah has a lot to do with the Talmud. Is it the Talmud? Yeah, I think it's the Talmud. What Jewish book is associated with Kabbalah?
According to Wikipedia, Sefer Yetzirah, Book of Formation Creation, also known as Hilkot Yetzirah, Laws of Formation, is a primary source of Kabbalistic teaching.
All right, but there's another one though, White Whore. All right, I'll come to that. You're saying that's a video, I guess, because you're saying it's 12 minutes. Khalifa of the Most High, greetings, my brother. Salam alaikum. When they can't control the narrative, it sets their asses afire with anger. Yeah, they're very... and Khalifa, you've been with me for 1,000 years. You'll remember when, in the early days, I used to say on my big channel, I used to tell people, like when the white devils would come with their vomit, I would tell my people, don't give them any energy. Because I was already working furiously behind the scenes to stave them off, to block them, and I was handling it. But I didn't want any of my people to communicate with them, because one thing I know for sure about white people, hear this, my people, is the truth. As sure as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, they hate it when you don't give them any energy. Oh, they self-implode, they spontaneously combust. It's a whole metamorphosis. You just get your popcorn and sit and watch with 3D glasses. It is just, wow. It is really something. Okay, now it moved or something. Okay, that was Khalifa. Allison is laughing at something I said. San. Jedi, I must say goodnight. And I don't know when you type this on. And to the chat. It's almost midnight here in South Florida, and I have to get up early to meet with my financial institution. Okay, son, and so it's 19 minutes after. So good night if you still sing this, but if not, I'll talk to you tomorrow, inshallah. Anyway, Allison, I hope you get everything fixed, son. Have a good night. That was sweet of you, Allison. I can't. Michael, just Michael. Bernie Sanders, the fantasy story. Yet take a second and look at this. What? Oh, you're saying Google $37, 37,000 something, something. I guess you meant Bernie Sanders. These are things you want me to Google. Some of the Bernie something. This is about the Western Empire. You're out of context, Michael. Tell me more. I don't know what I just read. Supreme Goddess Nanny. I love you. Good evening. I love that. Supreme Goddess Nanny. It just, like, you wouldn't even have to say it. It just sounds like somebody, like, your whole court would just be defending. You're so high, and everybody, like, be like, you cannot say this to Supreme Goddess Nanny. I will not allow it. You cannot see Supreme Goddess. You cannot see Supreme Goddess. No, you cannot see Supreme Goddess Nanny. No, no, no. It just oh, this. You need to see this. Oh, let me check my time. 2.5 hours, not bad. All right, we're gonna start landing-ish. Let's go into this next clip. We'll talk about it and we'll assess after this. All right, let's bring you in. This is Dan Abrams. Nurse. And Jink from the Young Turks. But now, also newsflash, Jink Uygur is running for president, everybody. And I was going to wait until next week, but I'm announcing here now my candidacy for president. I've announced. So I've announced. Oh, I thought the captions were on. I didn't turn those on. Want to change your caption settings? No. Dismiss. There's only captions. I'm not a child. Sat. All right. Watch this exchange, everybody. Because, again, you got the Zionist fucking media, Dan Abrams. I think I've said enough. Who's looking very slight in his suit these days. And Jink Uygur. And it's insignificant but noticeable. And Jink, you will see somebody did a very bad makeup job on him. Not understanding. Go on.
Liberal firebrand Cenk Uygur. He's the founder and host of the Young Turks. He's also running for the Democratic presidential nomination.
He looks like he's been embalmed. Just embalmed.
In 2024 now. Cenk, thanks very much for coming on the program. Appreciate it. All right, so what do you think I or Brian Stelter am getting wrong?
Yeah, a lot. Sorry, but that's my take on it. So first of all, I think number one, when you don't allow journalists into an area, that's kind of on you. So I'm not going to take anyone's word for it when they don't allow journalists into the area. And Israel has already killed a number of journalists, including a Reuters journalist. And I'm sure that every killing is, of course, an accident, including when they bombed a bus full of people. Whatever, 70 people died, I believe, on that convoy that they had asked them to leave. The UN has said that they've bombed schools, etc. So you've got one incident where it is not clear.
Let's not do a hit and run.
See?
Let's not do a hit and run here. Let's
See?
take a little bit about what you just said. First of all, the 70, there is a huge dispute about what happened there, and that it may have not been Israel at all.
It's never.
See there?
No, I know. You never want to believe. I know. It's not possible.
I love that. I love that. Again, this type of voice you need. And I can say I got my issues with Jink and the Young Turks now. But I always tell you, we accept the truth no matter what the source, everybody. It doesn't matter. I've always given you the analogy of the shitty toilet. You're all high and mighty. I would never use that bathroom. I'm not going in there. Did you see all the feces that was in the toilet? Until you learn there's $1 million in cash in that bitch. I'm going in without a glove. I said it. So the truth is the same way. You should want that no matter what. Doesn't matter. And this is everything. Because in this sea of lick Israel's ass, you're not going to hear many voices like this. But here he is on News Nation with Dan Abrams, no less. He's defending the truth. I love it. And the sarcasm is there when he's like, Yes, I do. And like when he said, it's never Israel's fault. It's never Israel's fault. Like, he doesn't have any problem being loud and telling the damn truth. Love it. Go.
May have not been Israel at all.
It's never Israel.
No, I know. You never want to believe. I know. It's not possible. I know it's not possible that it would be the terrorists. I get it. That they're trying to prevent people from going south.
It's not possible that it would be the occupiers, right?
No, it is possible. Of course it's possible. It's possible to be Israel. But I would think, Cenk, you'd care about evidence. And you made the point that they don't have anyone on the ground. So satellite images, nope, can't use it. Surveillance, can't use it. None of it is valid, right? Nothing.
No. So let me be clear, and thank you for asking for the clarification. So on the hospital, it is now in doubt, and the U.S. intelligence has not reached a firm conclusion. But I understand the evidence that you presented, and it is entirely possible that in this case that it was not the idea. So I'm not arguing that case. What I'm arguing is Israel here has already killed about 3,000 civilians.
Wait, hang on. Hold on. No, I gotta ask you about that.
See, every time he makes a major point, hold on. Because Israel doesn't kill anybody. They're holy, and all they do is pray and worship. And they don't pray and worship. All right, but they're still holy. So I gotta stop you.
Wait, hang on. Hold on. No, I gotta ask you about that. Where are you getting that number from? You're getting it from Hamas. Where's that number coming from?
And everyone who has access to it, they are trying to confirm it. But Dan, what difference does it make if it's 2,900 or 3,000? Are you pretending that Israel isn't dropping massive bombs inside Gaza?
No, what I'm doing
is... perfect. Remember, Jink used to be on CNN, or MSNBC, or one of them a million years ago, before he started the Young Turks and all that. So this is a perfect. He's using their own bullshit media style and tactic against them, because when you get on there and you talk about 9/11, the truth of it, and clearly this was not something that was committed by hijackers. Are you saying that the American government killed 3,000 of its own people? Like, give you that fake outrage, like you can't believe you would say. They don't mean it. You feel me? It's fake bullshit. But he's throwing it right back at him. I can't believe. Are you saying, Dan, that that's perfect? Every once again you get your. That's what I'm saying. You get your lick in a little bit. You feel me? It ain't really the punch you want, but you get a little something. You know what I'm saying? You just want to see the bitch bleed. Goddamn. At least they hurt.
Oh, I'm not arguing that case. What I'm arguing is Israel here has already killed about 3,000 civilians.
Wait, hang on. Hold on. No, I gotta ask you about that. Where are you getting that number from? You're getting it from Hamas. Where's that number coming from?
The United Nations and everyone who has access to it, they are trying to confirm it. But Dan, what difference does it make if it's 2,900 or 3,000? Are you pretending that Israel isn't dropping massive bombs inside Gaza?
What I'm doing is saying
they haven't tried to move 1 million people. Are you pretending that they're not bombing the living crap out of Gaza right now?
Not yet.
Because please don't pretend that.
Because please don't pretend that.
But they've begun. You're right. There's no doubt that there have been civilian deaths in Gaza. But the notion that you're already relying 3,000 deaths. That comes from Hamas. These are the same people who said 500 died in a hospital. And you just accept these numbers and you repeat them without questioning them. And that's my problem.
Dan, no, Dan. The number one problem in media in my lifetime has been the exact opposite of what you and Brian said. They almost always take the government position as if it's true. I've seen it happen 200 times, both in the case of America and Israel. And almost every time the government is lying. But the rebuttable presumption, Dan, is on the aggressor. So when Hamas attacked Israel, they don't get to complain about propaganda. And so in this case, Israel is the aggressor against Gaza.
Wait.
And so now they say,
why is Israel already?
Wait a couple of weeks before you criticize me.
Right, Israel's already the aggressor, right? It's already to the point where Hamas attacked Israel, and now Israel's preparing its response, and it's already the aggressor, and the presumption is...
No, bitch, no. Where'd you preparing its response? Where have you been? He's clearly been under a table doing a crack pipe. We're just saying. Preparing, bitch? You ain't seen... What? We're already at the hospital already. Preparing a response? Wow. Go on.
Its response, and it's already the aggressor, and the presumption is
damn it.
Anything bad that happens in Gaza must be Israel. That's
Yes,
the presumption.
that's
correct?
it.
So, Dan, Hamas started this, no question. What they did was barbaric, no question.
But
Israel has a right to go and try to get those hostages. So far, they've done zero of that, none. Instead, they've dropped bombs that might kill the hostages. We got American hostages there. Stop dropping bombs. So, second of all, Dan, you're, as a government, you have a higher responsibility, especially a government pretending to be a democracy. You have a much higher responsibility than Hamas, a terrorist group.
That's true.
So, yes, you're supposed to take care to not kill civilians. Yeah.
Now, Jake knows the truth of some of this other shit, but he's yielding some things just for the sake of getting to his bigger points, you know, and that's creative dispute. And there at the tail end was another example. So this, you know, they're a terrorist group. I already told you Hamas is not a terrorist group, everybody. By any definition, they are not a terrorist group because they were born out of the need for somebody to rise up and strike the fuck out of Israel. You understand? Allahu Akbar for Hamas. So that's first. Second of all, they're not a terrorist group because they were democratically elected. You understand? But what the narrative that they're pushing to everybody, and this is the most ridiculous thing, is they want you to believe that after they allegedly sent these 5,000 rockets into Israel that only hit cars, that then Hamas started attacking its own people. So let me understand. Hamas is in Gaza, could attack the Palestinians anytime they want. They actually represent the Palestinians. Okay, that's all right. They represent the Palestinians. They're in Palestine, but they can't kill Palestinians and do all the horrible things and blow up hospitals and terrorize Palestine unless they do something to Israel first. I'll have to buy a vowel on this and see my lawyer. I don't know. But that's what they're selling. But that goes past because everything is like lightning speed, and you're not supposed to take time to think. That's why I always tell you, get that remote of life and start slowing shit down. And that's when you see the truth. You understand? No, we're not there yet. Wait, we slow this down. Wait, let me see what this is really saying. Hold up. No, we're not to that yet. You see? You start slowing shit down, you start seeing more stuff. It's like if you drive down the road at 80 miles an hour, you don't see as much as you do when you're driving 10 miles an hour. Because shit is just going too fast. It's just going too fast. You know? So this is the same prospect. So he's yielding and saying, you know, and Hamas is a terroristic organization. I get that. He knows that's not true. He knows that he's not an idiot, Cenk Uygur. And if you've listened to him and watched him, you know he is a man of knowledge, and you know he definitely is up on all things politics and geopolitics. So that was just a creative dispute. Let's go on.
Responsibility than Hamas, a terrorist group.
That's
true.
So
A terrorist
yes,
group.
You're supposed to take care to not kill civilians. Yeah. And when it looks like you killed about twice as many as Hamas did, that's the time where you start to look in the mirror and go, am I doing the right thing here? Or am I being equally barbaric?
And then you ask yourself the other question, which is, where would I possibly accept those numbers from? The notion that there's somehow 3,000 civilians.
So now we just deny the numbers. Okay, so even if it's not that number, then if they've killed at least as many as they claim Hamas killed, isn't it time for the shit to be over? But instead,
number is going to include fighters and civilians together. I won't even begin to accept those numbers. I don't even know if it's 300. I don't know if it's 3,000. It's Hamas numbers. They mean nothing.
Dan, that's not. So
see there? Because the niggers are saying it, so it doesn't matter. Oh, is white Israel saying something? Let us all listen very intently and clearly. You see? No, bitch. If Hamas said it, it's the truth. Period.
So first of all, let me agree and disagree. So the part I agree with you is, are there some fighters in those numbers? I'm sure there are, right? And is Hamas fudging the numbers around the edges? I'm sure they are.
The edges.
But you've seen this in other conflicts, Dan, where then the United Nations and journalists go in afterwards, after Israel has bombed Gaza,
and they come back and say the numbers were relatively accurate. And you have seen IDF lie over and over and over again. They're the boy who cried wolf. So now if there's an actual wolf, we go, well, I don't know. Is Hamas lying about this one? You said they were lying, the Palestinians were lying, and you were wrong 9 out of 10 times. I mean, they killed Shirin Abu Akleh, an American journalist, and they brazenly lied about it. So as a government, you have a responsibility to have some modicum of honesty so that we can believe you when you say things like this.
I agree
and
with
you
you.
might actually be right.
By the way, I'm going to end this by saying on the area I agree with you. Israel is held to a higher standard. Israel should be held to a higher standard. On that, I agree with you. I also think that they're held to a completely different standard than any other country, but that's a debate for another day. Cenk, thank you. Appreciate it. Good conversation.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
He killed about
I'm over it. You know, the people of the earth that are not white, the sad thing that we all have going for us, ironically, is that we're too nice and civil, that we haven't really embraced the true savagery and evil of white people and realize that they're not due the same response that you give to someone or an entity or anything or group that has good intention. You know, they do something bad or even something savage or really just outlandish. There's a certain level of consideration that one could still offer them in spite of the act, because you know that they really do mean well overall. Like, yeah, they mean that like that. But when we're dealing with white people who all their history, everything, nothing that we learn is without savagery and barbarism and violence. That's exactly how it should be dealt with. They're not due that same consideration on any level for anything ever at all. That's what the rest of humanity has to get to. Thankfully, I'm hearing the word white more from Africa. It used to be mostly Western, Western, Western. I'm hearing white more often now. White, 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 white. I'm hearing that. And it gives me great hope, because if you cannot name the hand, then you will never exterminate the hand. You will never get rid of it. You will never fight it. You will never whatever it. You got to name it. You got to name it. You got to name it. Because how you think and speak is how you relate and react to anything. You must name it. You must name it. And you must speak of it in terms that are befitting of it. We don't say nice fuzzy things about roadkill. Oh, look at the cute little rabbit. It's roadkill now. It's not cute anymore. So we don't speak of it in that term. And one of their many magic acts that they've pulled and are pulling on humanity is to get the rest of civilization to speak about them with consideration that they are not due. That civilization still continues to even allow them to breathe and put up with them or give them any legitimacy or anything. That's a magic act. That's a magic act. It's a magic act. It's nothing less. It is nothing less than a magic act. Oh, we switched over. Okay, let me get rid of that one. That way I don't repeat, and it's a lot easier for me to, when I'm looking for stuff, I'm not looking at stuff I already looked at. I'm learning to delete shit. Get rid of it, Jedi. It's just going to be in the way, and you'll trip over it every damn time over it. this one, let me set up this clip. I'll come to you. This one you got to see because this journalist does her fucking work. One of these Zionists is up there trying to spew his vomit, and she's not having it. She has the right sarcasm. She has the right shitty tone. She's using her feminine authority. She's using every tool in the box, and it is just I don't even have the word for it. It's so amazing, liberating. Goddammit. I even titled this clip "You Go Girl." So let me pause this. Come to you. Also, I can get a timestamp on it. How long is the clip? 2, 1, and I'm past the fucking advertisement. Go on, bitch. All right. All right, let's come to you. Robert. They erased this again. You guys say that. I'm just like, who would be erasing shit? Like, how? They erased this again, but don't forget about the building that fell on live television hours after the Twin Towers attacks. And no plane hit it. Oh no, Robert, you gotta watch my 9/11 video. It's the most glorious, and I did it for you, brother. You'll see me at the beginning. I did this video back on my old channel, my 23,000 subscriber channel. And you see me when I set it up at the beginning, I say one of the reasons why I'm doing this is because when I'm watching 9/11 videos online, I don't see no black people doing no videos about 9/11. Just not seeing it. So I knew I needed to speak on it. And not only did I speak on it, but I take you through this very forensically. My goal, as I say in the video, when you stand in a room and talk about this, you'll be the smartest person in the room. You'll have all the parameters, all the facts, all of it. Everything that I said, I could show and prove. And among them was a whole segment on Building 7 is the building you're talking about. There's even a whole website called buildingwhat.com. Because to this day when you say, you know, there's also Building 7, people say building what? So they literally just did Building 7 or buildingwhat.com. I'm over it. This was the Solomon Brothers building, fell about 5:30 in the afternoon. Was on the BBC. The bitch is standing there saying, and the Solomon Brothers building is also collapsed. But the bitch is standing right behind you though. And it's newer than the Twin Towers. A very modern steel reinforced structure. So not understanding it wasn't hit by a plane. Why would it be collapsing? And they immediately pulled the plug. We've lost Jane. We've lost Jane, said the fucker at the BBC desk. She's in the field. We've lost Jane. Oh, you lost her all right. You pulled the plug on the bitch because the building is standing right behind her as she's saying the bitch is gone already. You feel me? And remember, no steel structure in the history of since Allah said be. No steel structure in the history of man has ever collapsed due to fire. Not before 9/11, not after 9/11. But on that day, 3 of them. Very surprising. Very surprising. Just not understand. Not understand. Originals US? Yes, Hamas. Fat bitch, fat bitch, fat bitch, fat bitch, fat bitch. Just purging stress. Purging. Nam Yoho Rengeko, cleansing. Robert, evidence. Y'all saw me try. I tried. Evidence untampered with leads to the truth always. I love that. Donna Gray, another shout out to you. These commentators are struggling to defend Israel. I love that, Donna. Yes, so true, and sets us up perfectly for this clip. Perfectly. Perfect segue. Perfect. Let's bring you in.
I'm joined now by Alon Levy, who's a spokesperson for the Israeli government. Thank you for making time this afternoon, Mr. Levy.
Thank you for having me on the show, Sangeeta.
May I start by asking you, how many hostages do you think Hamas still has?
At the moment, Israel has informed the families of over 120 hostages who are being held in captivity by both Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And it's important to understand who these hostages are. We're talking about, in many cases, children.
And Islamic Jihad. This motherfucker ain't read shit about Islam. I can promise you on your mama that didn't happen. But they love to use these terms of which they know nothing about. It goes back to even 9/11, to pick up on, to make a 9/11 analogy like Robert was making. When they claim that the first voice recorders that they were hearing, or the air traffic controller, somebody, I think it was the voice recorder boxes, both. It was the air traffic controller and something. They could hear the shit in the cockpit. And they claim Mohammed Atta and his cohorts were screaming, wait for it, Allah Akbar, as they were flying the planes into the buildings. So here he comes with, this is Islamic Jihad, which those two words don't go together in Islam in the way he thinks they can go together. You understand? Again, English is a cheap fucking language, but Arabic is a very, which all the Semitic languages are languages of humanity, the soul, the being. They express to the soul what is meant. Not, there's nothing you gotta, it's so complete of a communication. As many other languages on the earth, Spanish even, it's not as deep as the Semitic language, but damn it, it's deeper than English. You understand? And so, jihad is struggle, everybody. To just give it to you in simple terms, jihad is struggle. Allah says to man that the greatest jihad is the mastery of self. Because you got pull of flesh, you got pull of hunger, you got pull of temptation from society. I mean, you trying to just get it together, trying to submit to God, trying to be a better husband, trying to be a better wife, whatever it is, just all of your things that make you humanity. This is jihad. This struggle through life. That this is the greatest jihad that the divine has identified for us. So we put Islamic jihad, they don't go together. Because Islam means to submit. Islam. Mu-Islam means one who does submit. Mu-Islam. Mu is to do. Islam is to submit. Mu-Islam. Muslim. That's why Muslim does not fucking work, because it's not. That's just not an Arabic word. Muz. No, bitch. Mu. So, Islamic submissive struggle. I'm going to need a vowel some kind of way up in here. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I mean, it just doesn't, but they've given you these words certainly since 9/11, and, jihad and Islamic jihad, like anytime I've been anywhere near white people and they've learned that I'm a Muslim, first thing they say, well, what does it say about jihad? It says your white ass needs to die is what it says on page 3. I don't say that, but that's what I'm thinking. But what I do always say is, I knew you were going to ask me specifically about that. Because those are the catchphrases that they get, it's jihad, virgins, the other vomit will come to me. I mean, it's just all out of context. So, but this is now, and he's 3. So with his little fucking moosed hair and all of it. All right. But this is a woman, you can look at her and see, she ain't really did her makeup. Might be some powder up there. Maybe just, she don't really care. She ain't trying to be a glamour girl. You feel me? It's all about the business. It's all in her everything. She's just oozing, just do what the fuck I'm telling you. So she is a jewel, and we have to see this again. Let's go.
I'm joined now by Alon Levy, who's a spokesperson for the Israeli.
And the British accent is just like, la pièce de résistance. It is the cherry on top.
Israeli government. Thank you for making time this afternoon, Mr. Levy.
Thank you for having me on the show, Sangeeta.
May I start by asking you, how many hostages do you think Hamas still has?
At the moment, Israel has informed the families of over 120 hostages who are being held in captivity by both Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And it's important to understand who these hostages are. We're talking...
No, because we would need to know where they're being held. And then your answer is going to be, we don't know where they're being held. So that means if you don't know where they're being held, you shouldn't just be carpet bombing the whole fucking country. Unless they really don't exist, as the Jedi is indicting and insinuating and proclaiming, quite frankly. But that's something else.
Talking about, in many cases, children as less than 1 year old. We're talking about babies, only a few months old, snatched from their parents' arms, often their parents killed. We're talking about elderly people, well over...
He's only describing what the Israelis do to the Palestinians. That's all they're doing. That's what the fucking devil standing up there next to Blinken was doing. They just describe their own horror that they do and say it's the Palestinians that are doing it to them now. That's it. All the shit he's describing goes on for the Palestinians 100% round the clock, 365 days a year. I'll shut up.
The hostages who are being held in captivity by both Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And it's important to understand who these hostages are. We're talking about, in many cases, children as less than 1 year old. We're talking about babies, only a few months old, snatched from their parents' arms, often their parents killed. We're talking about elderly people well over the age of 80 who are now suffering inside the Gaza Strip without medication, without basic facilities, obviously without any access to the Red Cross, because that's not a mercy that Hamas or Islamic Jihad have ever given to Israeli hostages. And Israel...
Well, we're going to get onto the humanitarian issues in a moment. How likely is it that you can bring those hostages back alive?
Israel is demanding the immediate and unconditional return of the hostages.
That wasn't the question. She said, how likely is it that you can bring them back alive? We're demanding them back. That's not the answer. That wasn't the question.
Israel is demanding the immediate and unconditional return of the hostages.
Unconditional.
And it's very important for us. You mentioned before the British government's position on the current crisis, which really the British government has been absolutely solid in its support for Israel. But it's really important for us that the international community raise its voice and make clear that this, one of the biggest hostage crises that certainly I can ever remember. It is absolutely unacceptable to raid a village, murder everyone you see, grab babies, run with them into the Gaza Strip and hold them in captivity. And the world must demand their immediate and unconditional release. That is our demand.
Didn't happen. Didn't happen.
President Biden has said that the United States will stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. At the same time, he has urged Israel to stay within international law. Is it?
Absolutely. Israel is responding forcefully to Hamas because its aim in this war is to destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities inside the Gaza Strip in response to what was the world's worst terror attack in history after 9/11. Just last week, President Biden said that happened to the United States. He would expect its response to be swift, overwhelming, and decisive. And that is exactly what Israel is doing. And on top of that, on top of taking this action to target Hamas specifically, Israel is taking steps to ensure that civilians are not hurt. That's the reason, for example, that Israel has been urging residents of northern Gaza to...
Everybody you've seen on any fucking media you've seen that's injured has been a fucking civilian. Let's be very clear. It was making sure they don't harm civilians. But everybody that we see bleeding and dying is a civilian bitch. So that's not true. Again, we don't have no sympathy for fucking Israel. And sadly, it wasn't 5,000 rockets that hit their bitch ass. They made that up. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. We wish to Allah it had.
Vacate south towards the southern Gaza Strip in order to get them out of harm's way. Because Israel doesn't want to hurt civilians. We do not want to see any more suffering. Honestly, everyone in Israel is emotionally exhausted after the atrocities that we saw last week. We don't want more suffering. We don't want civilians to get hurt. But in order for civilians not to get hurt, in order for us to be able to target Hamas's infrastructure, in order for us to be able to get to every single terrorist who was involved in the atrocious ISIS-style massacres that took place last week, we need civilians to get out of the way.
But how do you know where the civilian? If you don't know where the civilians are, the hostages, how would you know where Hamas has anything at? You wouldn't. Not only that, or as Dr. King used to say, not only that, but remember, this is an open-air concentration camp. Israel controls everything that goes in and out of Gaza. Everything. So one would have to ask, how would Hamas have any rockets or even a slingshot in this bitch? How would you get anything in? Like, nothing goes in and out of Gaza without the Israeli permission. Nothing. Just like when you go to visit somebody in prison, you're not getting until they search you the fuck all over. They've done a background check. They've done it all. You're not getting in. No, you're not. Not you, miss. You are not. You feel me? So one has to take that into consideration as well. Let's hear the rest of this lying fuck.
Well, I'd like to talk to you about that order to flee. I would hang on a minute.
Please.
This is an interview, and I'd like to put the questions to you that my listeners.
This is an interview. I'd like to put the questions to you. She's starting up. She's getting worked up now, y'all. She's going into action. Watch. This is why I wanted you to see this.
For us to be able to get to every single terrorist who was involved in the atrocious ISIS-style massacres that took place last week, we need civilians to get out of the way.
Well, I'd like to talk to you about that order to flee. I would hang on a minute.
Please.
This is an interview, and I'd like to put the questions to you that my listeners want answered.
Please, I'm happy to hear.
On the issue of the order to flee, which is an order to 1.1 million Palestinians in the north of Gaza to move southward, and your original time frame was 24 hours. Jan Egeland, General Secretary of the Norwegian Refugee Council, and a man who, as you know, helped broker the Oslo peace accords, says the Israeli order for civilians to move from north to south is impossible and illegal. It amounts to forcible transfers and a war crime. That's right, isn't it?
No, absolutely not. And let me explain why.
Because it's Israel. So it's not true if it's Israel. But I'm sure if Palestine was doing it, then it's immediately a war crime. So
war crime. That's right, isn't it?
No, absolutely not. And let me explain why. The United Nations cannot have its cake and eat it. It cannot say on the one hand that Israel
He is not from the United Nations. He is not from the United Nations. He is from the North. Please let me ask the questions and correct you on factual matters. I have read to you a quote from Jan Egeland, who is General Secretary of the Norwegian Refugee Council. He is also a man who helped negotiate the Oslo peace accords. Would you react to the quote I put to you, please?
Thank you for that factual correction. I would refer to anyone making the claim that Israel should not be urging civilians to get out of the way temporarily for their safety, but they cannot have their cake and eat it. They cannot, on the one hand, say that Israel cannot target Hamas infrastructure because civilians might get hurt, and then at the same time tell it not to ask civilians temporarily to evacuate the combat zones because they might be displaced.
You don't mean temporarily. Fuck you, you fucking lying bitch. Because you want them out of the way, because you don't know where Hamas is. You don't know who Hamas is. You just want to go in and indiscriminately bomb, which you've been doing anyway, and killing civilians. Now you want to act like we asked them to move, just if y'all move out the way, just so I can get this little shot real quick, and y'all can move back in and stuff. Just like real quick. No, bitch. There's going to be nothing left for them to come back to. And many of the people are like, we don't give a fuck. If we have to lose our lives, we're not leaving this bitch, because if we leave, we're not going to be able to come back. So we will die in our homes, they're saying. Oh my God.
The consequence of that is to tell Israel that it has no means to exercise its legitimate...
So another... Oh, I can't even. Just shut up.
...right to self-defense. A right...
There's that self-defense shit. It has no right to self-defense. They fucking kill me with that. When they're fucking exterminated, there won't be anything to fucking defend, bitch. How about that? Then we don't have to worry about you defending yourself, because you won't fucking exist. All this self-defense shit. It has to defend itself. Everybody says that shit. As soon as I said it right now, you're like, yep, they're saying that. I'm hearing that. If you hadn't noticed it before, I just rang the bell. Wallahi, I just rang the bell for you. That's their main line. It has the right to defend itself.
And then at the same time, tell it not to ask civilians temporarily to evacuate the combat zones because they might be displaced. The consequence of that is to tell Israel that it has no means to exercise its legitimate right to self-defense, a right that all the leaders of the free world have acknowledged, in fact saying Israel has a duty to do so. If they're telling Israel it cannot attack Hamas targets and it cannot ask people to get out of the way, it is telling us that in response to the worst terror attack in world history after 9/11, there is nothing Israel can do.
The worst terrorist attack in history after 9/11 said this fuck. And they claimed 1,500 people were killed in these rocket attacks that didn't happen, by the way. But that wouldn't be the worst, bitch, because there was 7/7 after 9/11. And we could name other terrorist shit that happened. This is not the worst. Not to mention synagogues and mosques that have been shot up and things like this. I mean, don't give me. Listen, these people, they're like the gay people. They degrade all fucking concern and respect for their ass when they become whiny fucking bitches. It's like you're a gnat on my fucking neck that's just bugging the fuck out of me. I just want to flick you the fuck off. You don't mean anything. Because you're whining and bitching and trying to make yourself more of a victim, or make yourself a victim at all when you're not at all a victim. Like, I'm over, and this is what's happening. That's other reason why they need those photo ops of Blinken, the Secretary of State, coming and being next to the devil, and there was the diaper getting off the very first one and all of it, because more and more they can't suppress the large protests around the world, and that's good for the media to sell advertising. So at some point we got to cover this. You feel me? So they do, and we're seeing all across the earth, just like we saw for the Iraq War. But there was more protest. There'd never been a bigger outcrying of protests against war than the lead up to the Iraq War across the world. Everybody, people have a short memory. Go back and remember and watch and learn. The entire earth was saying no war in Iraq. No, 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 no. Everybody and their mother was against this war. Everybody and their mother. Everybody and their mother. And we're seeing this be maybe even only second to that, if it hasn't surpassed it, because I don't have television. I'm at the mercy of what I see online. But the sense I get is it's probably not as big as that was yet, but it's still growing. I mean, people are really out protesting this shit, and it's not on the side of Israel. They're on the side of the Palestinians, where they should be. Defend itself.
Telling us that in response to the worst terror attack in world history after 9/11, there is nothing Israel can do.
Which
I'm afraid that's not an option.
Which creditable humanitarian organization has said that Israel does not have the right to self-defense?
Well, I'm explaining that
Has the UN said that? Because it hasn't.
Well,
Nor have the Norwegian Refugee Council. So which credible international humanitarian organization,
she's perfect,
can you name it? Which is it?
No humanitarian organization has made that claim explicitly.
So why are you...
Then why would you go? But see, that's shit they normally able to just rattle off. She like, nah. What humanitarian organization said that shit? And name it. Oh, they didn't. Oh. You need that. You need that. You need that. It's kind of like, I have to say this, everybody, I'm sorry, but it's like when you have the presidential debates here that are televised. They always, we've cautioned our audience not to react. No, bitch, we want every reaction. Because they've fucked you in the mind that you don't know what to think. America is always waiting to be told what to think. Any American, just walk up to them cold on the street. They look at, they don't know what to think. Somebody tell me what to say. It's like what I was telling you earlier about the comments. They read the comments and they type what the fuck they. It's not even original now. You just type some shit you just read. So what does that mean? You feel me? So this is that. As I'm losing it. Just lost it. This is a good analogy. I was juxtaposing. Alhamdulillah, all knowledge is with Allah. So they tell you that, like, don't make any, don't want you to respond, because the viewing audience is left wondering, well, what did everybody else think? Instead of just having an independent fucking thought, not on any team, just hear the information, watch the shit, and make up your own mind. No. You see, they know that. So that's why they want you to be in that fog. And then that's why every fucking election, you have all these, I'm undecided. No, you aren't, that bitch. You're just waiting to be told what to think. You see, it's classic. So this is in that same category as far as I'm concerned. So, but just that she stopped him, like, okay, who said that? They didn't say that. Oh, well, no humanitarian organization has, now he's got to say that. Any other channel, he could just rattle the shit off. They don't challenge. This is what a journalist is supposed to do. Challenge shit. Challenge it. If it's not bullshit, then it gets through. But that journalist, that's the whole purpose of being a journalist, supposed to be on it. And when something is, nah, that's the bullshit bill. No, wait, we got to check that. So get your little dandy ass and tell that shit on some other channel. It's not going to be right here.
11, there is nothing Israel can do. And I'm afraid that's not an option.
Which creditable humanitarian organization has said that Israel does not have the right to self-defense?
And you see, she also slowed down her cadence to slow all his momentum. This is how you take the adrenaline and the momentum out of your opponent. She's using that. See how slow she went? Because he's ready to get all his talking points out. No, nigga, well, no. What organization said? And she's just like, I almost went to sleep as she was saying it because she was going so slow. I loved it.
Well, I'm explaining that
Has the UN said that? Because it hasn't.
Because it hasn't.
Nor have the Norwegian Refugee Council. So which credible international humanitarian organization, can you name it? Which is it?
No humanitarian organization has made that claim explicitly.
So why are you saying that they have?
Because I'm saying this is the logical consequence of arguing that Israel cannot target
That is
Hamas
your
infrastructure.
opinion. That is not the logical consequence.
That is your... Oh, she's so good, man.
Logical consequence of saying that Israel cannot target the areas while civilians are there and that civilians cannot be asked to move. The only way that Israel can target Hamas terrorists without harming civilians is if they get out of harm's way. And that is what Israel is politely requesting they do, and move to safer areas in the southern Gaza Strip so that we can target the ISIS-like terrorists who perpetrated last week's massacre. We do not want civilians to get hurt. And in order for civilians...
Okay, then can all y'all white stinking Zionist ass move out of Israel just temporarily so we can see our land? Just temporarily. We want to remember it. Just so y'all could just all take your funky white asses, just get the fuck over there someplace so we could just temporarily, so we could just see our land. And just gonna look at it temporarily, and then you can come back.
Not to get hurt. We're asking them to get out of harm's way. By the way, just like Israel has evacuated large parts of southern Israel, all the kibbutzim along the border, even the city of Sderot today, Israel is encouraging.
The size of Israel is in no way comparable to the
Israel's
size.
encouraging. They're not. Those motherfuckers sitting there at their fucking Starbucks drinking fucking latte right now. I promise you on God.
Of Gaza. Let me read this quote to you. This is Joseph Borrell, EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. Israel has the right to defend itself, he says, categorically, but it has to be done according to the right of international law and humanitarian law. Some decisions are against this international law. I put it to you again. He is right, is he not?
Israel does not want civilians to get hurt. In order for that to happen, we are asking them to get out of the way. We categorically reject
How about
the
you
assertion.
just can't fucking bomb shit, bitch? Like, that's not an option for them because it's not what they want. But that's exactly the answer. Well, there's civilians there. You just can't bomb it. So sorry. You see? And you're going to get ass hurt because you can't bomb civilians? That's what he's saying. They're ass hurt. And notice everybody's got that funky stinking ass flag next to them. In pristine condition and shit. Oh my God.
That asking civilians to vacate a combat zone temporarily so that we can target the terrorists who have embedded themselves under their homes.
Under their homes. Now they're under their homes.
Is against international law.
Listen.
Israel
that embedded themselves under their homes. Have you seen the homes in Gaza? That you would just be dying to embed yourself underneath that house. It's bullshit. And be careful, everybody, because when we finish with this string, I want you to go through your house and check, because Hamas is under your bed. They're in your closet. They're hiding in your shoes, and it's probably in your toothpaste tube. I don't want to alarm you, but they're everywhere, and you should be aware. You heard him. They're under the houses.
We are asking them to get out of the way. We categorically reject the assertion that asking civilians to vacate a combat zone temporarily so that we can target the terrorists who have embedded themselves under their homes, under their hospitals, and under their schools is against...
Under their homes, under their hospitals, under their schools, bitch. Not in, not on, not near, under, bitch. Under schools, under houses, under hospitals. All the shit you need to exist. Suddenly, that's where Hamas is. I can't. Like, I'm so burnt.
International law. Israel has a legitimate right to defend itself, as the United Nations, as the European Union has made very clear. And in order for us to do that, we need civilians to get out of harm's way. And I would argue that what is impeding...
Out of harm's way? No, we need them to get out of their house, out of their businesses, out of their fucking, what they have left of their country. How you gonna ask somebody that? And they do a lot of this shit anyway. It's just that this is too big. They've made the lies so big, they have to answer these questions. But normally they just fucking kill Palestinians and it never makes the news. We don't hear about it. You feel me? Because remember, the Zionists run the fucking media and they decide what's going to get run and what is not. I mean, dude.
Our efforts to minimize civilian casualties in the Gaza Strip is certain members of the international community telling the residents of Gaza that they should not be vacating. And tragically, we have evidence that Hamas...
Sorry, just to interrupt once more. I do apologize, but I must jump in. Did you just
That's
say humanitarian agencies are telling Gazans not to move? Is that what I just heard you say?
I'm saying that instead of urging them to comply with Israel's advice to clear out temporarily from the combat zones, they are saying that this is impossible and adding complications to our efforts to keep civilians out of harm's way. That in itself is something that is going to endanger civilians, in addition to Hamas's efforts to
Here he keeps, we're going to bomb the shit no matter what, is what he's saying. That's what you should hear that.
Stop Palestinians from getting out of the safe zones. The Israeli army has released photographic evidence of roadblocks that Hamas has established to stop civilians getting out of harm's way, and we have evidence that Hamas has been stealing people's car keys as well.
Now they're stealing your car keys so you can't leave. Like, again, this is the main clip. This is the main one, because what this fuck is suggesting, that Hamas wants to terrorize its own people, but they couldn't do it on the 6th of October or any time since this year began even. No. We have to wait till 7th of October. We'll launch 5,000 rockets into Israel that will only hit cars and nothing else. And then we'll kill our own people. That works for me. Now, he's even going so far with a straight face because he's the devil. Remember, these people don't have a soul. Remember, no prophet or book has ever been sent to white people. They have no connection to God. So he's literally saying with a straight face that Hamas is taking people's car keys to force them to stay in Gaza so they can be killed by Hamas. If you believe that, I have a perfect tower, a business skyscraper in downtown Manhattan that you're going to love. It's building 7. It's in pristine condition. You're going to love it, but you got to pay me up front, and then I can take you and show you, and you'll love it. But you got to pay me first.
Hamas's efforts to physically stop Palestinians from getting out of the safe zones. The Israeli army has released photographic evidence of roadblocks that Hamas has established to stop civilians getting out of harm's way, and we have evidence that Hamas has been stealing people's car keys as well in order to keep them in the combat zones so that they can martyr themselves for the cause. We are not Hamas. We do not share their same worship of death. We are a democratic country that wants life. We don't want more people to be hurt. That's why we are asking them to evacuate temporarily from the combat zones.
You are indeed
so that we
a
can
sovereign
do what we can
state.
do.
You are, in fact, the only democracy in the region. You are well respected by your allies. You are also signatories to the Geneva Convention and Article 3 of the Geneva Convention, which, as you know, states that no collective punishment should be meted out to civilians for the crimes of combatants. Yesterday, I spoke to another spokesperson from the Israeli side.
That collective punishment, this is what Mark Lamont Hill jammed the dude up about successfully. This is what she's talking about.
That was the IDF spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner. He said that Israel, like you, had given the 1.1 million Gazans plenty of time to flee. He said that the routes were safe. This morning, there are verified accounts that at least 70 civilians have died as a result of bombing on the routes out of the north to the south, and a further 200 are injured. That does not sound safe at all, does it?
I'm glad you mentioned that incident, because we should all take with a pinch of salt any information coming out of the Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip, knowing that it is waging a war of misinformation against Israel. The allegation that Israel bombed that convoy has not been verified independently by anyone. Well, questions that have been raised by independent OSIT investigators who have slowed down the video of that explosion, they see absolutely no projectile falling from the sky and have raised very serious...
But motherfucker, you don't understand. Like, your whole reason for being up here is that y'all are retaliating for an alleged strike by 5,000 rockets. So you would, with a straight face, try and sell this shit that it's unknown who would have killed the 70 people, as we're trying to take revenge for the alleged 5,000 rockets. It does, like, who believes that shit? I think that this point isn't being made across any communication that I've seen or heard. Like, that's what they're trying to sell you. Like, Hamas attacked Israel so they could kill their own people. That's what they saying. So then she asked, by the way, it was a bus that 70 people was bombed. It's in doubt of where that came. There's no projectile hitting the bus, bitch. Y'all blew up the bus, bitch. You did. I'm exhausted from the existence of white people being on the fucking planet. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I'm exhausted down to my bones at their very existence.
The very serious prospect that it was in fact caused by the explosion of a gas canister. Now, it was irresponsible of the international media to run ahead alleging that this was Israel based on information coming from the Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip and this terrorist war of propaganda against Israel. Israel is not targeting civilians. It is asking civilians to get out of harm's way. Every such allegation is being investigated, and I would hope that the international media in the heat of war also wait to independently verify claims of atrocities, knowing that Hamas has an interest to make up atrocities in order to besmirch Israel and win sympathy among the international community.
I absolutely agree with you, and the report has come, is printed on the front page of the Observer newspaper, and it does not come from Hamas. It has been independently verified by two independent organizations. You mentioned the siege there, and I previously mentioned the Article 33 of the Geneva Convention. Let's turn to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk. He says that the imposition of sieges that endanger the lives of civilians by depriving them of essential items, including food, water, and medical supplies, breaks international humanitarian law. Your reaction?
The residents of the Gaza Strip are not going to starve. Period.
Food is running out. That means they will starve.
But it is important, I assure you, they will not. Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the...
Which ones?
Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the... Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the... Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the... Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the... Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the... Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the... Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the... Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the... Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obviously comment on the... Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian... I cannot obvio
obviously comment on the.
Israel's working with international partners. Your girl went, which ones? This is how you see what I'm saying? It doesn't take much to do this. Just don't let bullshit just come through. Which ones? He's working with international. Which ones? And his whole shit is fucked up.
Food is running out. That means they will starve.
But it is important, I assure you, they will not. Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian. I cannot obviously comment on the details of sensitive, confidential diplomatic discussions.
Well, give us a timeline then.
Time is running out.
I cannot give you a timeline.
'Cause you're
But
lying.
I can tell you that Israel is working with international partners to establish humanitarian frameworks in the southern Gaza Strip that will help to ensure the safety of Palestinian civilians who heed Israel's advice to evacuate the combat zones to areas where it will be safer. And it is important to understand, I think, the reality that is taking place on the border, because I think some people don't understand that the entire area around the Gaza Strip is a war zone. People talk about
We
opening the
absolutely do
crossing.
understand it on this program, I'm afraid, because we
Thank
had
you.
a 20-minute interview, which is far longer than LBC normally does, with your colleague, as I say, from the IDF, talking about borders. The World Food Programme says that it has 2 weeks' worth of supplies for civilians,
Hear this.
including medical supplies, waiting to enter via the Egyptian Gazan border. Will you allow...
The World Food Organization, I didn't hear that too well, like the name of the organization, not important. But this organization has food available that can suffice the Palestinians for about 2 weeks. She's now saying, will y'all let this in? Will you let this in at the Egyptian border, right? Because remember, I already told you, they control everything that comes in and out of fucking Gaza because it's an open air concentration camp. Literally, these people's lives are fucking policed from day to night all fucking day. And they're terrorized by these white demons all the fucking time. So this is very essential, this question, and I think we'll finish with this clip, but hear this and then hear his answer.
that aid in?
Will you let that aid in?
Could you
I gotta
repeat
let
the
you
question?
The World Food Programme says that it has enough supplies to keep Gazans going for 2 weeks, and that they can bring those supplies in via the Egyptian Gaza border. Is Israel willing to allow those supplies into Gaza?
Your question is whether supplies may be delivered through the Egyptian Gaza border. I would suggest that is not an appropriate question to be asking an Israeli government spokesman. I do not control that border.
Well, they say that they're being stopped by Israel, who've sealed the borders. Therefore, it is an entirely appropriate question to ask you. And that, in fact, was reported by the BBC just 3 days ago. Unless, of course, you're going to say
So,
they're not
if I may
verified
answer,
journalists
no,
either.
I will answer. First of all, Israel does not control the border between Egypt and the Gaza Strip.
Bitch, you can control if you let shit into the fuck it, their border. It's like you come to the Mexican border. Okay, you don't control Mexico's border, but you can decide if somebody's coming to this bitch or not. It's the same. You see, fuck this dude. We pray for the deaths of these people, everybody, because as long as they live, they only exist to fucking wreak fucking havoc upon humanity.
Israel does control the border.
It has sealed the entrance, hasn't it?
Israel has not sealed the border between the Gaza Strip and Egypt because we do not control that border. That is a border between
Why did an Israeli
the Arab Republic of
spokesperson
Egypt.
say that to the BBC just 3 days ago then?
Boom.
I'm not aware of this specific report. I can speak to the reality inside Israel, which is that the main crossing between the Gaza Strip and Egypt was almost between the Gaza Strip and Israel was almost entirely destroyed on Saturday when Hamas death squads invaded, massacred everyone in their path, and blew it up. The only openings between the Gaza Strip and Israel at the moment are the holes in the fence that we're desperately trying to seal, and I wouldn't advise anyone to try to pass through those. We're talking about an area of active combat, rockets still falling on the area, Israeli forces trying to secure the scene to make sure that terrorists do not come out. The infrastructure does not exist on the ground for supplies to be delivered between Israel and the Gaza Strip because we're talking about an ongoing conflict zone and areas that are constantly being under attack from the terrorists inside the Gaza Strip who perpetrated the massacre that we saw last week. As I said, the world's worst terror attack since 9/11,
No, it's not.
and that is a terrorist organization that Israel is determined to destroy inside the Gaza Strip while minimizing harm to civilian casualties by asking them to get out of the way temporarily.
If the
fighting is over.
WHO can get supplies in via the Egyptian border with Gaza that you say you have no control over, would you ensure the safety of the humanitarian convoy?
As I would refer you to my answer to your previous question, Israel is currently working with international partners to create a humanitarian framework that will ensure the safety of people in the southern Gaza Strip who get out of the way from the fighting in the north. Beyond that, I cannot elaborate, saying that Israel is
Understood.
working with our international partners to create that framework.
Understood, Mr. Levy. Let's talk about the hospital. You've just referred again, haven't you, to the northern part of Gaza.
Last part.
You accept that you have ordered 1.1 million Gazans to flee southward. Inside that northern territory is Israel's biggest hospital. That includes babies that are in incubators, that includes the elderly, that includes people that need, that have just undergone operations, that includes people who are victims of, as Israel has described, the collateral damage done by targeting Hamas buildings. How do you expect any of those patients to flee northern Gaza and move south?
If I'm not mistaken, Sangeeta, are we talking about the same hospital in the Gaza Strip underneath which the Hamas terrorist organization has established its military headquarters? Are we talking about the same hospital?
I'm asking you a question. How do you expect the patients that I have just described to you to flee?
I think the question that should be asked is why the Hamas terrorist organization
That may be the question you want asked. That is not the question I am asking you.
My girl.
How do you expect patients in Gaza's biggest hospital to flee?
Israel wants to target the Hamas terrorists who were responsible for the massacre last week. For that to happen, we need civilians to get
You know what? And I it's funny, I have to agree with him because I just remembered that I need to target something under his mother's house. So if that bitch won't move, then that's the end of her. So I agree with him. I withdraw everything I said before.
Out of the way. We understand that may be a very difficult task. We understand that may be a very difficult task. That's why Israel has identified routes along which people may evacuate. That is why Israel...
bitch, fuck evacuation. How can patients come the fuck up out of there? They can't. Death to Israel. Death. Death.
Has given them more time.
What happens if they can't leave because they're sick?
I'm not going to speculate on what may or may not happen.
Speculate, bitch, it's a hospital.
What I'm saying now is that the people of Gaza, preferably with the encouragement of the international community, should do all that they can, make every human effort in order to evacuate the combat zone. Because Hamas has embedded itself deep inside civilian population, under the civilian infrastructure, inside homes, inside schools, inside hospitals. And
you want to take out their shit that matters most to a society. So suddenly that's where they're embedded at. But you have all this knowledge of where they're embedded at now, but y'all claim in your big lie that you didn't have any idea that 5,000 rockets were going to be fired on your bitch ass, that sadly weren't fired on your bitch ass, because you might not be living right now and wouldn't have to listen to your fucking vomit. But the hypocrisy. We didn't know the attack was coming. Everybody at the beginning was like, is this a failure of your security apparatus that you didn't know that these... And not only that, you got 2 million people over here that you are keeping in a fucking concentration camp for 75 years. You don't think at some point they always plotting to strike on your bitch ass? I worked in a men's prison. You just inherently know, watch your ass. They're incarcerated. And most people ain't trying to break free and get out of jail. But it could happen. They are incarcerated and they don't really want to be there. So that's why you have to do institutional counts. That's why you're always patrolling and shit. That's why you do counts. So you don't think that these people are ready to strike on your ass every fucking minute of the day, bitch? I can't. This is our last clip, y'all. I can't do no more. I can't.
In order for us to target Hamas, we would like as many civilians, as many as feasibly humanly possible, to get out of the way.
And again, the soullessness of fucking white people. Everything she's thrown at him, he keeps that same straight face. There's no soul there. This is an entity of the devil. It is the devil. It is. And like I said, there's no innocent fucking people in goddamn Israel. None at all. If you live in that bitch, you deserve death. Period. At the end. Or take your shit someplace else. Get on a flight, bitch. Because you're not going to have it both ways. You're not innocent. You're not. You're not. There's no fucking innocent people in goddamn Israel. Period. Every single one of them is worthy of death. Because that's how they think about the fucking Palestinians. That's how they think about them. We'll read your final comments, everybody. Man, I thought that went fast. We weren't even at 3 hours, now we're nearly 4 hours. I'm over it. I'm so over it. I'm even sick of hearing the word Israel. It's a vomit word to me. Do you understand? It's a vomit word to me. It just conjures everything sickening in me when I even hear it. I'm fucking tired of it. And while we're all in the streets protesting Israel and supporting Hamas, or supporting, Hamas and Palestine, this would be the shit you storm the Capitol for all the right-wing yahoos out there who think they lost some fucking election. This is the type of shit you storm Capitols for. This shit. When real people are dying and when your government is fucking supporting the murderers. Now you storm that bitch. I'm literally giving myself a headache. I don't know what, I haven't had a headache and I don't get headaches. Oh, I stopped on Donna because yours was the perfect launch vehicle into that clip. Robert, the Holy Quran says that they plan and Allah plans, and Allah is the best of planners. 20,000 lie dead in Libya last month from massive flooding. SubhanAllah. Original Jewess, why are they asking someone how many hostages they think are being held? The propaganda. I love that, Jewess. The propaganda. Robert, they erased that last comment. What? I made 10 times. I think they don't want me to make the connection between the flooding in Libya and Muammar Gaddafi. Well, they didn't want us on this bitch tonight or any night, but here we sit. You say the bastards read what we say and program us from saying certain things because I made that connection before with the flooding in Libya and Muammar Gaddafi and the Green Revolutionaries who passed. They really don't want us to pray to Allah to chastise Israel. So really, they don't want us to see that God has power to chastise and that he is just. They don't want us to believe. Well, you know, to that point, I would just add, I would say why Hamas and anybody like them is absolutely justified and glorious in the eyes of Allah, because unlike the Christian, the Muslim understands that, you know, when they no weapon formed against me and all that other little slogans they have in Christianity, that's all fine. But your ass supposed to be a fucking martyr too, bitch. You're supposed to be a warrior and get up and fight and know that Allah is going to be with you and you will be victorious. Not you just acquiesce to the enemy every fucking time and praying that God's going to make you successful. No, we have a share to play. You see? And these are the enemies of God. These are the enemies of humanity. They're not just the enemies of the Palestinians, you know. They're the enemies of existence. They just are. Like, it must be a wonderful place to be in to not know this. You know, because the burden of knowing it is really daunting in a world of ignorance. It's so clear and easy for me, you know, but my eyes were open from a young age. You know, my parents let me know the white man is the devil. They planted that. And you see, when you plant a seed, it will grow on its own. But you got to plant it. If there's no seed, it cannot grow. So, with that planted in me, when I am now into the world and I'm experiencing life, I did define. You know, I brought you in our last sitting, the little girl, and I found out more about that gymnast that they overlooked. And I was about to tell you the country, and now I just forgot it, where that was all happening at. But that little girl standing there with all those little fucking demon-ass other little white girls, little gymnasts, she's the one African standing there, and the most glorious, obviously. Her parents haven't told her these people are the devil. Because she wouldn't have been looking around dismayed like any little child would. She had no answers. She had no ammunition. She had nothing to go on. And then immediately it turns into herself, like, well, it must be me. Now she's got to figure out, is she too dark? Is she not pretty enough? Instead of, no, you're everything, princess. They're just the fucking devil. And they're so inferior to you, they're underneath your dirtiest toenail. You see? You got to plant that. And not just for us as African people, but other cultures need to start planting that to their children. These people are the devil. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, don't do it. Don't. They're the devil. Don't. You see? There's a piece that I'm going to be bringing you, but I haven't had a chance to review it myself. And it's expressing how Africans felt about white people when they first encountered them, or what they think about them now or something. I don't know the context. I got to see it. But I'm just disgusted by all this, because it's not just the what's going on, but it's also, you got to deal with little fucking twinkle toes like this bitch that was just sitting up there with a straight face, not giving a fuck about the life of anybody other than their white ass. Like their shit don't stink. And this white bitch that I told you about at the beginning, that was saying every time I hear bombs drop, I can hear Hamas being devastated. Or what the fuck she said? She's like, I forgot. She also said it lets them know if you even touch one hair on the neck of a Jew, you will be annihilated or some bullshit. And that's how they walk around thinking, these Zionists. Like I say, the Orthodox Jews are very meek, and they don't, like, you will love them. You don't know them, though. You don't know them. You don't know them. Everyone that you see is a fucking Zionist who is worthy of death, because they all have blood on their hands. It's that fucking simple. There's no innocence amongst the Zionists. There's no innocence amongst anyone residing in fucking Israel. Period. 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 And why America is so at the hip of these people is a riddle even I haven't figured out yet. Just because I haven't really given it enough energy and focus. I never really thought about it deep enough. So therefore there would have been no movement on it. But I'd like to know that. Like, why the unconsequential, just no strings attached, and you give them $5 billion a year just because, you feel me? If I'm giving you $5 billion, if somebody give me $5 billion a year, they either telling you what to do, they fucking you, or something is up. Like, you don't just get $5 billion. You don't just do that. You only get $500. So, what's up? Why this relationship, as it were, between this asshole of fucking Satan and the shit stain in the desert? Why? Every fucking president licks the ass of these people. And and then you recall that during, I don't know if it was 2016 or 2020, Bernie, no, it wasn't Bernie, the Democratic committee, I think Bernie had won Nevada again, and the Democrats were having something, it was in Vegas. Anyway, some of the National Committee people were there, or I forget the fucking event, but anyways, they were like, had the audience, supporters were there, and they were like, yeah, and then random, and to make Jerusalem the capital of Israel, and everybody was like, the fuck? What? And they pulled that more than once, everybody. Just random out of nowhere. Like, we're not even fucking thinking about that. And the biggest lobby in Washington is the Israeli lobby, bitch. Do they really need to lobby? I think it's more of the dictate. I feel like it's certainly misleading and at the very least insulting to call it a lobby. Lobby means, can you please do this, and we gonna negotiate, and maybe I can move you to my side, and can you get this initiative through for me, type thing. Israel don't have to do that shit, so why are we still calling them a fucking lobby? They run this bitch. That's why every fucking person who has been the head of your Federal Reserve had a fucking Zionist last name and is a fucking Zionist, fake ass, thinking ass, imposter ass Jew. Because they're not Jews. They are not. They are a synagogue of Satan. They just are. Last comments. Jewess, they intensify their accent when they speak, excuse me, like it makes them more believable. I know, especially the fat bitch at the beginning. Oh, I could smell her, dude. I'm telling you. Ugh. Everything about her I cannot stand. She's a psychotic bitch. Ugh. Robert. Yeah. Oh, that's to. Well, I'll just read it. I started. It's the last one. Jews. Jewess. The Bible says that Satan would transform himself into an angel of light. So when they are doing that, they are trying to appear as an angel of light. That's not how we understand the devil in Islam, just so you understand. No changing into lights and things. And that the source is the Bible. I don't give a fuck. The fact of the matter is we're not dealing with, the devil's not one single entity thing. You understand? Evil is an energy of its own. It is an entity of its own. And, one of my critiques of Christendom is that they think that the devil is like one singular individual with a tail and some horns and shit. No. And isn't it interesting that they give you the devil painted red and Santa wears all red? I don't want to get into it. But all that aside, the white man is the devil. No angel of light or any of that bullshit. Just pure, unadulterated, fucking born evil. That's it. That's what we have evidence of. That's the evidence. Pure evil is the white man. Period. Period. And let us not be, as I've always said, let us not be seduced by any white people coming along from another country or because they speak with a different accent or any of that shit. Is still the devil. They're still white. They're still evil. That's 100% true. Give a fuck where they show up or how they show up. They just are. Last one. The Holy Quran says it's wrong doers that this fucking big ass heart it's in the way, that the wrongdoers are friends of each other. Jews, we are judging them by the content of their characters since they love to quote MLK. I'm totally ending on that, Jews. That's so perfect because, as I've said many times, and I don't say it enough, we have never hated white people because of the fucking color of your skin, bitch. That's just an indicator that you are the fucking devil. You could have been anything. Give a fuck. Your color has nothing to do with it at fucking all. At all. At all. I see a tail on a snake going like this and I hear a rattle. I know it's the goddamn rattler. Don't have shit to do with snakes. It says your bitch ass is venomous and I need to run. Period. So, we're not done with this topic, everybody. Like I said, I really need to blend this with, because I'm still following what's happening in Niger. Fuck. Again, French white people, fake ass Jews. White people. Whether you're dealing in Africa or you're dealing in Palestine, it don't matter. You understand? Wherever you find them, you see their stench by the condition of the rest of humanity that is there. Oh, well, white people are here. Well, look, there's poverty. Look, there's violence. So we know they're here. We know it. Before you even see them, you know their calling card. You know, it's kind of like when Eddie Murphy's character in Coming to America, when he's out on a date with Lisa, and he comes back and he opens the cab door and he sees all those rose petals. He knows that's the presence of his father, homie. It's time to change gears. Like, their presence is felt. There's no other reason why all these fucking rose petals would be on this fucking ground. So, same analogy. I sense we're going to be together again before this weekend is out, you guys. This is the second night that I did not make my lasagna. Now I know what I'm going to eat tonight. Just like I didn't know what I was going to eat last night. And I didn't end up eating. You know, lasagna is a production. Especially for somebody like me, because I make my own everything. So I have to make my sauce. I have to make my sauce. There's nothing better. You've never had Italian sauce until you had mine. I don't give a fuck what you tell me. You've not. It's so delicious, man. Just the sauce itself can stand alone without anything else. That's how delicious it is. You know. And that's a time taker because you have to develop it. And then all the other stuff you have to do lasagna. It's just it's a time consuming dish. And even before I sat down today, you know, I had running around to do, and I was thinking, live stream or lasagna, because if you do lasagna, it's no way you're gonna do a live stream. It's just like you're gonna be tuckered out. Forget about it. So now I don't know. I won't eat anything. And I ended up having ice cream. That's what I had last night. Ice cream, because I was like, fuck, I don't just gonna eat. I'm gonna eat. And then somewhere in the middle of the night, I was like, ugh, there's ice cream. And I went and had me a bowl of ice cream. And I think that's what's gonna happen tonight. It's gonna be ice cream again. Ice cream tonight, lasagna tomorrow. But thank you guys all for sticking with me, especially those of you who were here when I tried starting. I don't know why we're having so many issues with this software, but in the interim, as I said to you, I started looking at other options of other streaming software I can use, because StreamYard has let me totally the fuck down. Fuck them. Like, I don't know why that one started tripping on me. I mean, and it's just the issue where everything else goes perfect. Connecting to YouTube, no problems. But then my camera won't go live for you. I'm looking at it backstage that I've added it. It's on. It's ready. We here. It's telling me you live. And then it's you not seeing my image. It's bullshit. Out of nowhere. So fuck them. May their stock fall. And so they're out. And then this OBS, which has been la pièce de résistance from the time I found it, you know, I'm like, okay, this is it. But I started looking at other potential ones, and I'm gonna have to try those out. So between now and our next sitting, I need to do that. And I also don't know if restarting my Wi-Fi did anything for us, because that's one of the things I did before we started this third time. I completely unplugged the Wi-Fi, let it just sit for a little while, plugged it back in, turned it on, let it boot up and everything before, you know. And then we didn't have any problems this time, so I don't know what that's about. I don't know. But just wake up, everybody. Start prioritizing the shit that's important. And get serious. Just remember, this is one life. This is a blip. And then it's going to be over. You know? Don't get so caught up in this life. You know, represent what is right. And stand with those who are oppressed, certainly, as it relates to our subject tonight, because Allah is with the oppressed. You know, that's another reason why I know that God is not with white people. They're not oppressed. They're oppressing every fucking body else. They don't need God. They do, but they don't. You know. And they're just a waste of humanity, man. When they don't exist anymore, it will be a new day. Then all you have to do is clean out all those who think like them or have been infected by them, you know. The sellouts, you know, in the various cultures. But I'm very clear on this arc through the universe of my blip of life, from my mama to my grave, the white man is the devil. I'm very clear about that. I'll leave you with that. As I say, we'll probably convene before the weekend is out, but Allahu Alam, as we say. Thank you all for sticking with me. Have a great night, and a great start to your weekend. I love you all. That's why I do this. And do go and donate what you can, everybody, to either the GoFundMe. The link is underneath the video. You can donate to the GoFundMe, or you can donate on the Cash App. Either one. And I will thank you for it. Do something worthwhile, and this is worth it. I'll see you soon. This is the Jedi.